Mwahahaha. What? There's. Ooh. Oh yeah. Ooga. Anyways, I'm gonna start. I ate something that's way too oily. Now I feel kind of sick. Oh my god. Um, um, um. Ugh. Alright, let's see. Hello, George. Thank you, George. I'm trying to use more brain in this study. Not really. I mean, kind of. I mean, yes, I'm trying to use more because usually I don't really think too hard about what I'm doing because I just copy. Today I want to try to get the same effect that they have overall without just like directly copying everything, you know. Oops. Because it's easy to just copy other shapes and do this and that, but then when you do it yourself again, it's like, ah, shit, what do I do now? Like, there's nothing to copy from. So if we can, maybe, just maybe, come up with some shapes ourselves, have it work. Now that is big. That would be very huge indeed. That would be noise. Noise. What noise? I don't know how to click in my mouth. Hello, Dubey. Hello. We're hoping to try to push the limits a little bit more, because otherwise it's very subpar every time I just copy and then it's like a study, quote unquote, but then it doesn't really help at all because I come back to my own thing and blah, blah, blah. What do? No idea. GG. Little Thunder. Little Thunder. Oh my god, the TH sounds like so hard to not mess up. No, I've never seen this artist before in my life. Holy. Anyways, 1 second. I'm hoping to also join Uni's figure sketching tomorrow, because it is at 6 for me. That is pretty accessible. So I was just joining her channel, or like I don't know whose channel this is, whose server this is, but I was just joining it. Where's the other art channels that I have? Actually, I don't know where they went. Anyways, wow. The material feels very what's the word? Like it's like a very specific material. I'm not really sure what kind of material. Maybe like wax or something. Oh, actually, this is interesting. I think they're trying to sort of convey the idea of being so hot that it's melting. I actually don't see it that way. I felt really cool looking at this, because it looks like you're just like being showered with water. I don't really feel like you're melting because a lot of the features are still kind of intact. Like if the nose started completely dripping, like the tip of the nose or something. I guess there is a bit of movement here. But over here, it just feels like water. Huh, interesting. I apologize because I know I'm supposed to be looking at the art, but like the buildings are kind of insane, dude. What in the world? Like I absolutely want to check this building out. Like what is this place? Shit, where'd it go? This one? Tokyo? This is in Tokyo? Do you what, mate? Let's see how good this AI is. This is not Nakano Broadway. No way, dude. I was here. Sorry, my screen's black. Okay, I'm back. Holy shit, it is Nakano Broadway. Okay. Holy shit. I stand corrected. You're telling me I've been in this building? No, I've been in this building. I didn't go in this one, probably. The fuck? What? What in the world, dude? This is not like a kind of like a. I don't know if this is a pleasant surprise or not, but like this is a surprise indeed. Can they stop giving me the photos? I want to be on the streets. Where's the subway again? Where's the train? Oh, it's over here. If it's over here, that means I enter from this direction. Yeah, I don't know. Can they stop giving me the... Oh my god, dude. It's right here. I don't think I passed the building. I don't think. Like, if I passed the building, I absolutely would have went in. I would have trespassed and went in. I would have climbed over the walls like Spider-Man just to get in. Looks like there's no need. There's like stairs there, but... Alright, I mean... Cool story, I guess. Why do they have so much space here? What? Where are they taking this from? Not from this angle, I don't think. This looks so cramped. Maybe it's on the other side then. Oh, it's in the building now. I'm so distracted right now, by the way. Anyways, and all of these must all be like around the same region then, because there is like a lot of like anime related stuff here, especially this building, right? In Nakano Broadway, this is pretty cool, by the way. So there are two things that are really cool. Well, there's a lot of things that are really cool here. One of them is a shop somewhere in the back. I think somewhere in the back region. Actually, it might be this way, because since I entered from the... No, I entered from the bottom. Wait, I don't know where I entered from. But somewhere in here, there's a shop that sells anime cells. Like, you know, like the stuff that people used to draw on. Like, they draw on physical pieces of something, right? And then they use that for animation. There's like an entire shop dedicated to selling old anime stuff. So it's all hand-drawn original stuff. And you can just go through it for like a frame that you like or something and just buy that. I don't know which way it is. That's the first thing that's really cool. The second thing that's really cool is that when you're shipping stuff from Japan back to your home country, you technically kind of need like a return address in Japan, right? Just in case the package is bounced, right? So it's not like you only put the destination address. You have to have a sender's address too. And the sender's address is the problem, because if you are traveling, you don't really have a place. When I was there, I had to ship back like 14 kilograms of books. That's like 30 pounds or something. And then I had a friend I made during my internship, and she went back to Japan. So I borrowed her address. But then when I was here, there was I forgot what company, like what shipping people they are. I don't think it's the National Post. I think it's something that's like a private firm or something, and they were okay with just using their own store's address or something. So like if you cannot ship it back because you don't have an address, you can come here, and then there's like a store somewhere. I don't know where it is. I have to go find more information where they're willing to sort of be the return address just in case. Anyways, this is a very cool building over here. It doesn't look like much from the side, from the outside, I don't think. This is the one, right? It looks so underwhelming for some reason. I swear there's like a really cool view somewhere. Can they stop giving me photos, dude? What do you mean this? Oh my god, dude. Oh yeah, like this one. Nakano Broadway. Ah shit, am I misremembering? I'm pretty sure this place. But anyways. Because I ran out of stuff to do. And then I looked it up and it was here. Yeah, it's somewhere here. That's right. Anyways. Mainly a traditional artist? I see. The unfortunate thing is that like this kind of has like that, like AI seems to have that same kind of vibe, doesn't it? Like the way, something about the render and the colors being used. Now obviously this is not AI, but some of the rendering feels very, very similar. There's like a very smooth vibe to it. Excuse me? Translated from... Oh, it's backwards. Wait, what? I don't know what letters, what the numbers here are. Dun, 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 dun. Like a color pencil kind of rendering? Wait, she's got a bit. Yes, I kind of forgot about that, George. Thank you for reminding me. Oh. Pink light. Is this what, like... This is probably still done in traditional, right? And then they scanned it at the end. Why is this so aggressive? Why is this comment so fucking aggressive? What? Where the drapery? I think... It is not my kind of style for sure, but I feel like they have a unique style where it doesn't really fit into any existing like broad categories that I have in my mind. Like I guess maybe it's because they're traditionally trained, and also maybe some of these are just traditional. I don't know if it is, and then just scanned in, or they drew it in digital, but there's like mixture of big shapes, small shapes. Maybe it's the colors being used. I wonder what this feeling means. What is it locking onto here? Do they have a work in progress? Like a process, I wonder. That isn't traditional. Or is it all? Are these all traditional, Duvet? Do you know? Dang, dude. Okay, this is stuff that I would like to avoid. You know, like we're talking about all the layering and the process and all that, just so that I can avoid doing stuff like finding the edges again, right? Because you have the edge already, and then you have to do it again. Hello, show. Wait, do they paste over the outside again? Or not? And then they just have to make sure they don't go over? Because that is really tight over here. It's like a very thin line too. Oh. Yeah, I guess it's a skill issue. My god. Oh yeah, thank you, Dubey. What is that tablet? Why does it look like that? That has to be decorative, right? Like, there's no way that, like, it's just... Does it not get in the... What? Is it just stained? It's like chicken. How? How does it not get in the way of the brushstroke, dude? What? This has to be some kind of decorative sticker in it, right? Sure. Jesus. Tablet is the mouse pad. It's one of those that doesn't have the screens on it. It looks like an Intuos or something, because it's kind of big. But yes, thank you, Duvi. I'm gonna come back doing my own thing now. Oh wow. Oh, the ear am I on? And this one. Yeah, it's a huge tablet. I mean, like, we have like huge ones with like screens as well. But I remember, like, in the past, the big ones are primarily those ones without the screens. Like maybe like 10 years ago or something. I have any idea what shapes I want to use here. Let's borrow some. Okay, I guess I'll go for bigger shapes. I don't know. I don't know what constitutes a screen tablet, because like iPads are like the most portable things, I guess. Between like one that has a screen and one that doesn't have a screen, I imagine the one that doesn't have a screen has like lower requirements for power and stuff like that. My old Bamboo tablet, Wacom Bamboo, sorry, was literally just a like a USB plug-in thing. It was that was that. Tired again. Oh, shit. Adding more color along the edges. I want this shape. I guess I can do this. What exactly is this? Oh, I see. Right. Still a bit more broken up than I would like. Huh. I don't know. I think it's maybe group this. Maybe down this part of it. So it depends on the. Trying to get a sense for like what's a good balance here for more and less shapes. I'm trying to push it to the point where it doesn't look good anymore. And this one's on the threshold, I think. I'm not 100% sure. This one still feels better because it's like a bit more rounder shape on a rounder form. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. Whereas this one is slightly more broken up. And there's this very clear separation here. I'm trying to break this up. And at some point we need to do paint over with like lines going over everything. It is getting better, right? My god. I think it is. Sometimes it feels like you're just adding shapes and then it gets more noisy, yes. It gets more defined, question mark. And it turns out it doesn't really look that good anyways, like compared to before. Maybe we are doing better today. How do I want to... Oh, yeah, good idea. Huh? What? Oh, I misclicked, I think. Cut it up a bit more. smaller forms though. Hmm. Ah, right. I forgot to bring back the subtitles thing. I forgot. NVIDIA and... Open it up. Alright, open up the tab. I'm gonna go check it out off the stream. This way I won't forget. Like a value problem, maybe? Just a detail problem. Not having enough lines, perhaps. I can delay that for the paint over it, and should be fine at the end, I think. We're lacking some extra colors, accents, blues, grays, and the Terminator. I am gonna delay that for now. I want all of these things to be added in step by step, just so that the file I dumped up has like all the steps inside. You can see all the different steps as we go through it. I'm gonna go back to the face real quick. Wow, I can't really see anything every time. Oh. Right, I kind of forgot about this. to go warmer. Let's delay that thing. Something else? Hello, Dubay. Hello, Wizard. It is Mabel's story. The best story. What? I have, but not in the traditional sense, though. But sure, I definitely have. I'm not sure what kind of night shift you're thinking of, but mine isn't very labor intensive. There's a lot of guarding, a lot of patrolling, a lot of just being present. Hello, the virus. So it's very nice actually. I really like night shifts because as you guys know, I don't like people. More people equals more trouble and more nonsense. So night shift is like the best option possible. Of course, the problem with my night shift is that you don't get to rest after the night shift. You go straight into day shift. Or rather, like whatever that you do like normally during the day just kind of continues. So there is that. It's not quite your traditional thing they might expect. I'm not 100% sure. Anyways, night shift. I don't know. I think a lot of like, are you night shift now? Are you working now? Is that what you're saying? Oh no, it's gonna happen, right? That's what you're saying. Today is your night shift. I mean, there's not. I guess there's nothing to it, isn't it? It's just like your day shift, but at night. Like, unless you're working a particularly dangerous job where you might need to, you know, respond to certain things and stuff like that, then it becomes a little bit more sketchy if you're the only person unavailable, you know. But regardless, though, I would definitely find out, like, keep in mind all the different numbers and ways to contact other people. You know, if like something happens, what are you supposed to do? Who are you supposed to talk to? What's your first course of action? That kind of stuff. Cable jumping? I'm not sure what that means. Let me look it up. I only got like car jump starts. I'm not really sure yeah, what else it could possibly mean. But yeah, like I don't know. It is very job specific, I think. But it is a good thing or a bad thing. There's a period of my life where I just guarded the ocean. So it was just in the middle of the night. Complete darkness, pretty much. You're just sitting there and just looking out into the emptiness. And you really feel like you're in space. Because at night, it gets so dark that you don't see anything in front of you. It's completely pitch black void. But it was nice. The radio was on. You know, Adele was playing Hello from the Other Side. Actually, the song I think is just called Hello. So we just listen to the song and you just look into the void. It's a bit more complicated than that. Like technically, I think in the simplest terms, yes, you can just think of me as a guard for a bit. Although the stuff that we were guarding is was interesting. I can't really talk too much about it, but pretty much just walk around, tap stuff on the walls, make sure that you do your patrols and stuff like that. They also did funny stuff like finding an area to sleep. Okay, it's you know, don't worry about it. Am I really strong? No, I'm really scrawny. I'm not big buff dude. I'm like all bones pretty much. I mean, that was like over 10 years ago already though. No, like our jobs, for us, we don't see anybody. We're not supposed to see anyone. If you see someone, like that's a problem, because no one is even supposed to get close to where we are. If the deck closes, that means someone else's job is not done correctly already. This look good. That's kind of weird. I don't know why is that even terminated, by the way, in the first place, but regardless. This was all in the past, though. This is like a long time ago. It's like over 10 years ago. I have a lot of crazy stories, I think, but like it really depends on where I want to draw the line with streams and stuff. And currently, these things are not authorized by myself. I mean, I'm not saying this is a top secret or anything. I'm just like trying to keep distance. I think maintain a certain level of separation for now, until things get a bit more stable. I think with art, because eventually, if I do stuff like Ria is a very integral part of this whole thing, right? Everything that I do is related somehow. That means eventually when we get to the stories and ideas and all that, all of these things will become relevant. So in a slightly long-winded way, I think Ria is very important, just because like a lot of these things, she doesn't actually physically exist, but because there is this concept in my head, my actions and sort of posturing is very different than it would otherwise have been. But thanks to whatever it is that I did, I got pretty lucky in a lot of circumstances. We went a lot further than other people would have with the same amount of effort, I would dare say. Ria, in a way, is was kind of there to see it all, the beginning to the end. But yeah, anyways, night shift is fun. You find your own ways to slack off and stuff like that. And you make friends with your buddies. You gotta make sure everyone's on the same page. Oh yeah, that's great. I really like the peacefulness of the night, especially if like those areas tend to be really busy during the day, right? You see a side of the world that you're not supposed to see almost, it feels like. Everything is so quiet, everything is so dead. I really like that, because it's so peaceful, you know? All the chaos and stuff in the day, it's all gone. Yeah, as long as nothing goes wrong, like night shift is like the best, because you can just do whatever the hell you want. Like nobody cares unless something goes wrong and you don't respond correctly. You know, but unless you're guarding something really, oh, you're doing something, sorry. I guess I have some preconceived notions here. But unless you're doing something, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Because most of my stuff is just doing nothing. We do nothing. Like guarding is like literally doing nothing. You just stare into the distance, walk around the place, play with the cats. Try not to get spooked by other dark areas. And that's about that. But if you're a night shift, it's like moving shit around and like doing a lot of physical labor, or like there's a quota that you have to meet by morning, you know, before morning comes. There's and that's a separate issue, I think. It's like a whole separate thing. How to get that kind of job? There's a lot of factors going to it, because I can't say too much, or rather I don't want to say too much just yet. But specifically for what I did, I didn't apply to it, I was assigned it. Like there are, yeah, this is like, yeah, you have to be at the right place at the right time. and then you have to show the right people the right part of yourself. That's what I mean by the posturing stuff. Let's say, for example, if you're always pretty serious and you're very sort of, you get the job done correctly and this and that, then people trust you more, then they're more likely to give you the jobs that are more important, right? Night shift isn't necessarily more important, but night shift tends to have less people, so you need reliable people, especially if the job is important, you know? So there is stuff like these. It's just understanding like what people want, I guess. Like, but of course, like the biggest problem right now in this discussion is that I'm not saying what I've done, so there's nothing for you guys to go off of, unfortunately. Mandatory, yeah, I suppose it's mandatory. Data center night shift. I don't know what you'll be doing, George, but I imagine it's also kind of like guarding stuff. Like there's not much else to do at data centers unless you're doing maintenance, which doesn't have to be night. Anyways, they just should switch the servers off, like do something else, and then they turn one set of them off or something. I guess. Yeah. Data centers are some of the most secure places in the world now. You have to tap your card like 5 bajillion times to get in, I'm sure. There were like some videos that I watch on YouTube. There are like just literally the guys just tapping cards. Oh, there's another area. Tap another card. Like, and then every time they tap a card, it's like more people joining them. More security personnel joining them. It's like, what are you guys doing? Like a whole convoy of people going in just so that the one YouTube guy can make a video. Great. So I'm not doing this piece to completion. I guess you guys already know that, but I'm just trying to get it as close to what I can see here without spending too much time. Currently, once the Terminators go in, they look a little bit more fancy, but it feels like it still lacks a bit of gray color, like live. But I think it might just be my tablet, honestly, because I feel like it looks fine. Then the other thing left now is all these very subtle but very, very important emphasis on the lines. Like you can see all these red lines here and there. They add a lot of color without being very obvious that they're there. Like this one line on the cheek, for example. It's like a huge difference if you don't have it. So I'm gonna try and go in and put in as many as I can find. Of course, we're also lacking a lot of stuff here because my lines, I don't have as many lines. But yeah, because the only thing I want to get out of this study is to replicate the vibes that I'm feeling. And of course, the vibes is like overall, right? But primarily it's not about the overall sort of lighting or values or composition or colors. It's just about this specific area that I'm seeing on the head. The level of polish is interesting because it feels very clean, but if you go in, you can clearly see sketch lines. So like, where is that balance, right? But then the problem here is also I didn't follow the same process and I just did very clean set of lines, so it feels a bit lacking in that regard. But if everything else looks about right, or if it's acceptable, like, how do I say this? I didn't quite copy exactly one-to-one. I picked out all the colors, but sometimes the shapes are changed a little bit here and there. So it's not gonna hit one-to-one for sure, right? Just by virtue of that. But if it feels about the same, if it feels acceptable in its own right, then I suppose, you know, it's a success. I suppose I can maybe try to leverage this sort of workflow for like this one here, and then we can see how far we can go by ourselves. That's kind of what I'm trying to do here. That's why I'm just limiting to the head. It doesn't matter if I do the whole body or just the head, because I just need the vibes here. Yeah, this is like the one piece that in recent history that they did that isn't their own OC. I just have that stuff open here, by the way, because it's on the other page. But yeah, I mean, I guess there are like some of the, that's what I meant. Like a lot of their other stuff doesn't really capture me at all because they feel very, very faded, right? It's not very saturated. There's not a lot of colors. Once in a while you get these ones, but otherwise it's pretty you know, what Show said. But That's why this one stands out a lot. There's a lot of nice colors. All this fading out, by the way, in the back, where they grayed out a little bit more. I like that as well. Because this makes the middle part stand out so much more. So much more saturated and vibrant. It's like a nice kind of vibrant, because the colors themselves are not actually that saturated, I don't think. Like, they're still kind of like pretty close, right? But they're not all the way over here. They're just here. And it feels colorful, but it doesn't have like the color spam that I'm seeing in other pieces as well, right? So it's nice. It's like a very subtle kind of vibrance. I see. Well designed as the white hair girl. I like the proportion. I'm gonna grab this as well. Hold on to it for a bit. Just for the face here. Proportion is still almost 1/3 though. I one copy and then like one more copy, almost 1/3. I need to spend more time on art, I think. Probably more time looking at Mogun's streams, I think. I'd like to see how he renders some stuff. Indeed, indeed. Sorry, I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna go to the washroom. Very quick. Very quick. Oh. Right. Maybe these ones show, but from the past though. This has been a while. I'm sure. 2020. Dang, I feel like a good amount of time is probably on the buildings. Probably on the buildings. Because they do like to draw characters a lot more than backgrounds. So I'm guessing this part probably took out quite a lot more time than it will appear, despite the number of characters. Oh, this is interesting. It's like a donut of green. They don't use a lot of stampy, texture-y kind of stuff. It's all drawn. It's all painted, rather. Yeah, it's all painted. It's not like Pyotegru, who has a lot of textures. Like the clouds as well. Oh, I see. They did it. Really? Like this is part of the design? I guess I'm not sure what this is for. Etosetora. Oh my god. Oh shit, dude. The patterns, when you put it in perspective, that's gonna be exciting. What is this? Oh, is this a AI model or something? Are they Japanese or are they... I guess I don't know. I think they're like more Chinese than anything else, because I saw some of the interactions and it was a very Chinese kind of interaction. I feel like. But I could be wrong though. Oh, I see. This is the AI thing. Japanese. Like Japanese with English and Chinese skills is very pog. Because both are deceptive, like both are very difficult, right? Like Mandarin, you would think like, oh, shares kanji, but it's all kanji of a sudden. It throws a lot of people off. And then English is just English. Has a lot of stupid as caveats and rules and stuff. But yeah, sorry, I need to move this back. I need to keep this open. Anyways, I'm just gonna put the lines in, and then I'll go back to do our own thing and see what happens. Yeah, like that blue lines here and like blue lines here. Like I don't know what the rules are for putting these in. Like a random blue dot here. Huh. I also don't have enough green, I think, in the I didn't really render the underside of the hood. Maybe I should do that. Where is it? This one. These one. Give it a bit more green. A little bit more green. Yes. That's why a lot of people start drawing, for sure. Am I too yellow or something? I can't tell. It's so subtle. Everything looks white on my screen. And I think I'm gonna feel such a big difference when I eventually change my tablet. How the colors will actually start making sense. They pretty much just look the same shade of white. It's kind of insane. Thereabouts. I'm just gonna leave it. Where's my Terminator? I'll just add in the cyan here. Let's see. What is this? Light blue. It's not even that cyan. Even lighter. I think. Or am I? Yeah, thereabouts. It's not here though. I don't know how it works, but I noticed they only put the red Terminator thingy along the shadow cast by the hood. I wonder if that's a thing. Oh, it's just arbitrary. Because I put it everywhere, right? And it doesn't look too bad. Although because of how lazy I put it in, it's maybe not as nice. The edges are a little bit smudged. Ah, super. All right, lines, please. Not read enough or something. The other ones are on top. Yeah, yeah. But then again, it can just be. Let's do it separately. Let's do it separately. Oh, my colors are different here. Is this gonna work? I never drew the part. Inherently different. Because it's in the shadow. What did you see? I mean, what am I? This right? Yeah, sure. Yeah, that would be great. I don't feel like mine does anything. Maybe my lines are just too thin or something. Shit, it's already 11:05. Okay. I see. Thank you, show. Did I ping double? Oh, that's a lot of memes though. Holy shit. Right. I see. Wait, sorry, are they using then? This does give me that vibe, but nothing else necessarily, I feel like. Yeah, I mean, even if they're trolling, how do I say this? Like, even if this is like an artist that actually drew it and is really good at drawing, actually, and then they're just doing this as a meme thing. This time lapse, I think the lines show your level of experience. I think inherently, not just the scratching thing, but also the way the lines flow. But I can't tell. Other than this face, feels very AI for some reason. Everything else looks fine. Like, I don't really necessarily feel like it would or would not be AI. Just looking at this. I don't know what's up with this face. Is it like there's like a difference in the way it's rendered or something? Why is this so clean? Oh, I guess it must be because it's like really clean. It stands out so much. This is a fire piece though. This is actually kind of fire. My god, it doesn't turn the same way, so I don't know what's up with that, but like all the memes too. This is kind of diabolical. Why would you put the face at the time? Yeah, I suppose, but like yeah, I mean it depends, I guess. Like if someone accused me of doing AI stuff, I might troll, right? Because like to me I don't feel like there's a need to prove it since we're here every day. But like I don't see anything else that they have done or anything, so like yeah, it would be kind of unhinged if they're just going along with the accusations and then just like trolling that way. May 14th? It's 15 right now. We can come back and visit this and see where this goes. Hello, Uni. Oh, man. I saw, was it on Twitter or was it on Reddit today? I saw someone sent out a commission sheet, like price sheet, and it was like just AI, different levels of AI. Completion is an AI sketch. Then of course they didn't use the word AI anywhere, right? But it was like $50 for like a sketch. Like for like a sketch that might be like something like not this rough, but like the other one that we rendered. And then it goes up to like $300. By the way, it's 300 pounds, not $300. It's like European pounds. It's like kind of insane. But very cool. Oh shit, did I close it already? Yeah, I closed it already. Anyways, I guess I'm gonna try and do this one. And put everything together. Still don't know about lighting though, because we're not doing this. This could still work actually. Yeah, I feel like trying to fake that. Yeah, like exactly what you said. I feel like trying to fake that would be insanely difficult. Now you have to practice faking it. Is how I feel. Like if you're really going for it. But I have two sets of lines here. This must be for something else. Oh, maybe it's for this. To examine this a little bit more real quick. I need to leave some sketch lines here based on this study experience, but I can only leave it for the hair perhaps. Everything else is decently clean here. There are no duplicate lines, even if the lines themselves are a little bit rough. Certain parts can deal with like slightly thicker lines perhaps. And then the thinner ones can come in later. Actually, that's kind of interesting. So if your sketch is gonna go in, you can leave your sketch lines a little bit thicker because it's easier to sketch that way, and it will also leave a bigger sort of impact on the final canvas. Then the thin lines can go into areas where you want to emphasize and really clean it up. Yes, thank you, Uni. It's getting auto-corrected or something. User Interface Management System. Ah, here. Found it. Yeah, why not? I'm always stuck between wanting to design something about I know what you're talking about, like the guy at the bottom left, right? I'm always stuck between wanting to design something properly versus just accepting what is, because what is also something that occurred naturally, and my story is meant to be a reflection of what occurred naturally. So even though like this channel's name as well, right, it was not meant to be like this. It was meant to just be a troll name that I used for VR chat, but it just kind of stuck. Same thing for the avatar. I just randomly chose one to use in VR chat, and then this is the one that I've been drawing. Like that's the one in the bottom left. It's slightly changed though. It's slightly adjusted, but it's kind of, it is what it is moment. It's kind of nice, I suppose. Oh shit, look at that. This is also really nice. I'm gonna check this out after. I like the vibes though. It's very simple, but it's also, it's very real, I think. Like it fits the lighting very well. It's all kind of a little bit moody, a little bit nostalgic. The colors are not very overblown, right? It's not like very saturated. They're very real colors. Actually, I do kind of like the very real color. Interesting. This should be the golden standard, I think, for what I want to do. I need something that's more real rather than more colorful. But well, it depends on the purpose, I guess. The message being sent. Are all these painted backgrounds? I mean, I'm sure they reference like a photo. This looks like it's just blurred. Why does this look so familiar? Is this somewhere in Tokyo? I wonder if AI is able to find this. Let me see if Google can find where this is in real life. But they both they had a booth at Tokyo Game Show 2 years ago. So I want to play the game, but I haven't gone. Oh, they have a game. Sorry, bro. AI is not working. Yeah, I don't think it's in India, sir. How much of your story have you planned out? 0. I have planned out nothing. The only thing that I have a good idea, well, the only thing I have an idea of is roughly what kind of story it might be. I think. The thing is, it takes a while to really plan it out and figure it out, and then think about all the loopholes and this and that, and how it really reflects stuff that happened in real life and how accurately it reflects in real life and stuff like that. I don't think this is the place, by the way. I just want to take a look and see what the damn AI came up with. This is way too rural for this, I think. This looked like somewhere in the middle of like Tokyo or somewhere. I feel like I've seen this Tsutaya here before, because that's clearly Tsutaya over there. The glass and the building and all this feels like it's somewhere in the city center. But right, going back to the thing. My name is hard to find. Actually, that's kind of good because I share my my website with my coworkers, and some guy was telling me how like it was like a year or 2 ago, and I'm like, oh shit, yeah, they can see the signature. They can see the @_mi_mi_mi_mi, and if they just search it up, there's a chance that YouTube will come up. But if you can't find it, that's great. I think maybe if they find with the ID, it'll be a lot easier to find, but yeah, I'm just LARPing as a Japanese person. I'm pretty sure, like, you know, Japanese people will find my channel, they'll come in like, what the fuck is this guy doing? And then they'll leave. They'll be like, oh man, this guy is one of those weebs that I hear so much about. I bet he can't even speak Japanese or something. He's just using Japanese as their name and... Hang on. Last time I've been to an Akita. Oh, really? Dang, I thought Akita is... I thought Akita is all farmland. Oh, man. No way. You're telling me Akita has buildings? Wait, hang on. Akita... Wait, am I thinking of the same prefecture? I might be confused here. Anyways, isn't Akita the dog? Anyways, I digress. Pretty nice rocks, though. Good studies. Look at the pattern here. It's like the ones that I did for the tree thing. The blue tree, white tree thing. Yeah. Let's see if it's a... It is hard, I think. Like, a lot of... Like, how do I say this? If you want to do something good, you have to do many times. But I don't want to write like 10,000 stories before I write the one that I want to write, you know? But if you don't write stories, you're not gonna be very good at doing so. So I don't really know how this is gonna go. That's why I think the only way that I can do it properly is to have enough skill so that it doesn't become a problem for art. And then I'm just gonna rely on sort of inspirations like this, where maybe I see someone else's stuff, I see a photo, and then I feel something, and then I can see Ria doing something perhaps, and then we'll just go for it. We execute that and then put it away, you know. And once in a while, I can go back and review everything that I've done up to that point in time in my life, and then see what clicks with me again, and then we'll just slowly distill out the information. So, like I mentioned, like before as well, like I have no idea what the story is gonna be about 100%, and to some extent, to a large extent, I don't even know what Ria is gonna be like either. So, despite me being the creator, I'm also kind of discovering it with you guys together. I like the stylization too, actually. I mean the proportion. When I say stylization, I tend to mean proportion rather than like the actual rendering, because if it's the actual rendering, I will actually just start talking about the rendering. It's got a nice balance. The head isn't overly big. It's kind of sort of wide and a bit wider rather than taller. Nice and interesting they don't draw the white part of the eyes. Oh man, I would not be able to accept this kind of render for trees 100% for myself, even though I think it looks okay here. Rising one, oh yeah. Facial anatomy? No, I don't really practice facial anatomy. I don't really get what all the muscles are. Apparently like 44 muscles move when you smile or something. Right, I don't even have a good idea of the skull, because I never practiced the skull. Not even, maybe once I think on stream. Like in the early first like 30-40 streams, I think I did maybe one. The only proportion I do will be the one I've shown before, which is this one. But my concern is mostly with just like the individual relative like spacing and all that. But I don't really physically see the bone underneath. Not like with like bodies, with like torsos and stuff, you can kind of see where the ribcage might turn and some of the landmarks here and there, but oh yeah, 100%. Photo studies are really hard, because you have to know how to simplify it. And unless you already have seen some simplification, or like know the underlying sort of structure really like decently well, right? Like you have to kind of know what the ribcage looks like before you can look at a photo and being like, oh okay, it's kind of tilted this way and the landmarks are here. Otherwise you have no idea what you're supposed to do. Yeah, very vibe based. Do they have a gradient? No, it's mostly just kind of opacity in the painting process, I think. A little bit of gradient here, perhaps. Yeah, it's just back and forth. Oh, okay, that makes sense. What am I looking at? Oh, the dog is dragging her along. Is this Fanbox? Oh, it's Fanbox. It's interesting. I kind of like the colors, but I think it's this harkens back to like what Pio Tego was saying, right? Like you're trading realism for like sort of presentation for art, because you can barely see the subjects over here. You're kind of like getting distracted by all the trees and stuff in the back, but it's very realistic, like the lighting. But I feel like it would it be more interesting if there's like more like a kind of like a white glow here or something to make them more emphasized? Would it be too distracting? Anyways, it's a I feel like they're squarely in the realism kind of camp. At least in terms of colors and values. Well, maybe not necessarily 100%, but like there's no sort of special attention given to like trying to force the silhouette to stand out, for example. Is this like VTubers or something? Request, is it? Commission. Shit, I thought this was a face, dude. Holy shit. You guys see it too? Like the hair? The hair over here and then the face, and then like almost like a bottom lid kind of vibe. Where you only hit the bottom of the face. Holy shit. It looks like Sai from Naruto or something. Looks like this dude. Fucking ninja behind you, bro. Holy. Can you see the memes? Like one of those memes is like one giant big arrow, red arrow, and then a red circle, and then like the anime character pasted over here. Oh man, I can see the memes being made. Too much stupid YouTube shorts, dude. First. Also, that's the first time I used the split tap feature correctly, by the way. Every time it just kind of gets in the way. But anyways, thank you, Uni. I quite like the colors. I think I like the colors. Right, I like the colors, and I like how they're getting away with the simplification of certain things. Some of them. Yes, I think it's very important for me to see these kind of artists where like they are just they're not going crazy with the details and stuff. And it helps me calm myself down. Because otherwise I want to be able to paint stuff like the background here. This is probably a photo, right? Surely it's a photo, right? Wait, what? Holy shit, is it not a photo? They look like brushstrokes, dude. What the... Okay, I mean... Oh yeah, the game, right. Kinda goated. Kinda insane, dude. No, it's a different artist. This is a different artist. It's not the Shion. Yesterday is like Shion N_K. Today we have Ken Saito. It is very similar though. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the games first, and I'll come back to this. Wait, how many games do they have? So this is the one where they set the direction for. I don't know what that means. And then collaborative. I guess I also don't know what this means either. Oh wait, hang on. This doesn't say, but this says graphic, art direction, and graphic. So these are like illustrative roles, I guess, and this is their own sort of art direction. Oh, is this a? I was gonna say, is this a VR chat? Is this a VN novel? A VN novel? Okay, I'm just... Have I seen this before? I feel like I've seen this thumbnail before. I'm not like a big fan of VNs because you have to it's just reading with more steps. Like at least reading, you have like all the text on in front of you, you just kind of spam through. This one you have to wait, you have to click and this and that. I can't really see the art though. Is that one day you wanted to play, Uni? What about these? Oh wow, okay. It is very intricate though, I feel like. The lighting and all that. How did you do the lighting stuff? Oh, it's like a... Is it screen layer that is composited in front end with the game engine? Wait, what? What did the lady say? This is like some Kansai dialect over here. Similar to that, I don't know if it's that one. I see. I see moonwalking. So it's like kind of do quests and then it's like interesting town and some kind of review at the end. What is this? Why did this one open a Steam instead? Is this okay? Overwhelmingly positive. Dang, dude. And it's free too. Free to play. Did I send their... I sent their stuff, didn't I? Because this is the one Uni recommended, right? I did send their link. I'm gonna send it again. I don't see it in the chat. I think it's up top. Yeah. Looks good. I guess this is where I want to be one day, I suppose. Although, like, I'm a lot more drawn to this VN just because of the art. Despite not a VN, being a VN person, I probably also never would play VNs, but anyways. As a border collie, very cool. Another website. Have I seen the art? Maybe on Pinterest. I feel like the next time I go Comic-Con, I'm gonna recognize so many artists. Just be like, oh, hey, we did a daily on this guy once. Well, I found them on stream once. Let's see. It's not necessarily rendering wise, at least, like, despite not being very clear of what I want to do, I feel like at least when I look at other people's stuff now, it's a lot less scary now. Like, despite how complicated it might look and like all the different shapes and this and that, I can feel and see myself drawing this bamboo with like one brushstroke and then just one light, one shadow, some random color variation that may be as a result of the overall composition, or maybe some local light bouncing around. The textures is not that scary. This overlaying is just a marker brush with some textures, perhaps, or opacity setting. It's not particularly tight. A lot of brushstrokes going up and down. And then all of a sudden it feels very doable, despite not really seeing exactly what's happening in here. Here, like, I'm just kind of looking at like the whole color now, I guess. The rough base color, the rough light color, then the rough C-curve part of the color. Oh, that's the designer for that Arknight, some of those Arknight characters, right? Red green. Okay, maybe that explains why they use the palette that they use. Sorry, why do they not have a Twitter? Did they remove the Twitter or something? Colorblind artist representation. They never had one, huh? Interesting. It really helps them stand out because they just like lack a set of colors. But anyways, I need to grab this person too. Lock. It's very gritty. Yeah, it's very grimy, greedy. A lot of industrial. Yeah, this is my kind of vibe. But with just with bigger shapes, ideally, with more grouped shapes, perhaps. Doggo. Dang, next time I go, I have to... Ooh, I'm gonna need a... Dang, before I go to Comic Cat, I'm gonna need a script to scrape off my bookmarks and list out all the artist names. And I have one piece of art that represents them, and then I can figure out if I... oh my god. The last time I went to Comic Cat, I spent like a day and a half or 2 days or something. It's for... just to compile out all the artists that I wanted to go and find. And then there were like over 20-something artists. And I was just literally running around all over the place. And of course, you're not supposed to be running. So I was walking really fast. But anyways, my vibe was gritty like that. My vibe isn't necessarily that gritty. To be honest, it probably isn't gritty at all. Like, not... Definitely, like, relatively speaking, I'm probably on the cleaner side. But I do like the grittiness. I don't think I can ever do it properly. I might try. No, I don't know. I just like it. I just like the stuff that they drew. And the grittiness was kind of part of it. I need to warm up real quick. Because we are drawing lines here. Did it get filtered? Young something? Young something, huh? The word itself has a meaning, so it'd be too generic to just try to Google it. You probably wouldn't get anything out of that. How about this? Let me see if it's in my system here. Maybe it's in my system, maybe it's not. But on the off chance that it is. DMP. I did do a study of them. Oh, interesting. And surely they must be in here. Art map would be localhost 101. Oops, can't spell. Oh my god, I cannot type with one finger, bro. Young man is down. Young Ju. Christian Young Yonga. Young A. This is the cloud guy with the MS Paint. Somehow. And then we have this individual. Big Booba. I don't remember doing a study of this individual. Maybe it's the other one. I'm not sure if I did a study here either. Holy shit, this is kind of thirsty. Irene, huh? Oh. Well, I didn't tag my own. Maybe I have an idea of what you're talking about. Well, I mean, there's like 5,000 in here, so I don't think I'll be able to find it. Irene, huh? Did I do a study of Irene? Probably not that character then, the one that I studied. I'm not 100% sure. What color was it, Wizard? Do you remember? Like, is the Irene piece kind of like dark, like at nighttime? And it's like almost like an anime cell shading kind of style. I think I vaguely remember something like that with like Irene and like yet another character, and like that's one bright colors. I know. Oh, bright. Oh, then that would be Young. I know who you're talking about. I know who you're talking about. It's Due's one of Due's favorite artists. That would be Yaung. This individual here, with the Irene piece being this one then. Yeah, theirs is like really colorful. I like how faded, like how much gray they're using, but this amount of color is kind of insane. This feels like a very distinct layer mode that I've seen before. Maybe it's difference, maybe it's exclusion, but it looks like an inversion of some kind rather than directly placed in. The base color is probably some kind of, wait, maybe some kind of purple blue, and then it got inverted into green, I think. Anyways, you're saying that my vibe, huh? Interesting. I think like this though, this is definitely one of my all-time favorites. Is the other one a time lapse? Yeah, this is the time-lapse one. Oh my god. Jump scare. I forgot their time-lapse always has a lot of music in there. Every time I get jump scared by this artist's time-lapse. Welcome back, show. I really like the colors in the back here. I don't know what I'm looking at. Like, I can't tell what color this is that well. But it's like faded, but you have this like gold accent that is like not as faded, and it's like shiny and also not shiny and all over it. Is that right? Oh, I'm honored. As a... That's kind of insane that we will even be in the same sentence. Like this part here, bang! Wow, it feels so. It feels like a summer, like a breeze in the summer. Like you walk into an air-conditioned room, all of a sudden, and it's like, wow, holy shit. Yeah, sure, I can send you this link here. Five years. 5 years. Can I get here in 5? It's a lot of colors. I have to really sort out this motivation side issue first. To get here and draw something intricate and colorful, like in order for it to be colorful, you kind of have to have enough things going on, right? So it has to be intricate by design, I think, inherently. I really have to get my shit together if we want to ever get close to this. Actually, let me check. Yeah, they go from very faded colors, and then they slowly sort of bring in stuff into existence and deciding on what to emphasize and whatnot. So at this point here, it's only the character that's kind of standing out. All the cupids and stuff are kind of not very important. And then the cupids come in, perhaps, at some point. Somewhere here. Actually, they rely more on lines rather than values, I guess. Just some silhouetting against the... Yeah, this part especially, as the code comes into existence here, they're finding edges with the darker colors. Oh, is that a texture brush there? It got really complicated really fast. Well, I mean, with enough skill, honestly, there's no difference. You can't tell anymore. Yeah, this is like definitely one of my all-time favorites. It's kind of insane. People, there was a lot of comments, by the way, in the beginning part where, because of the time lapse, it looks like the character is blinking into existence here. It's kind of interesting how many times they change it from open to close, though. Usually Clip Studio doesn't record like successive layer toggles like those, I don't think. It's kind of interesting that it got captured, but... Oh, really? This is their name? Okay, I know who this is. Like, this is definitely also, I mean, like, in terms of Arknights, right? Like, this is probably my favorite artist of Arknights ever. Maybe not ever since the beginning, but like in the beginning, for sure. I didn't realize their name is this. This is like... I don't know, this feels very much like a Chinese person trying to have a cool sounding English name. Like maybe they like a name that they've heard of in like a novel or something somewhere. I remember in the past, like they got accused of like copy and pasting the same face. And then they overlaid like basically all the like the Penguin Logistics characters' faces over each other and realized that they were all the same or something. But I'm like, yeah, that's how stylization works. You want that to be the same, no? And it's the same angle too. So the only problem was that I guess he's drawing it from all the same same angle. But it's character design and splash art, so there's only so much you can do as well. But yeah, they don't post a lot at all nowadays, don't they? I guess these are pretty... Well, maybe not that recent, but... I remember seeing some other things on Pinterest. Not Pinterest, on Pixiv. Could be mistaken though. A Maribou. I've never seen their stuff like drawn though. I don't know how... Have I done a study before? I did a study on the Texas E2 art. I think. It is them, right? I think. The original E2. This one. I did a study of this one. Oh my god, get out of here. Man, when I did the study of this, I had no idea what's going on. Holy shit, dude. Can I even find it? Yeah, I have to go into my Twitter for like really, really far down, I think. I posted it. Uh-oh. A long time ago. Did I not post it? I thought I posted it. Maybe it's with this. No, it's not with this. I'm gonna start looking at my old stuff now. I thought it was somewhere there. It's not there. I did it off Mio, I'm pretty sure. This one. I had so many questions back then about like what the hell is happening. And I didn't have an answer. I think even now the best answer I got is just vibes. Like what's happening with the bows here? I wasn't sure. What's happening with here? I wasn't sure. How did they get the colors to be in this specific way? I wasn't sure. I think the only thing that I can think of right now is still just to paint. Like we just kind of airbrush some colors in and you just figure out the shapes afterwards. I managed to at least get the airbrush in, right? Because all you have to do is just block out the shape and copy the colors. But after that, I had no idea why the shape was the way it was. Dang, that sucked. That really sucked. Oh man, this is very nostalgic. The The end effect wasn't too bad, but I felt like a fraud because all I did was copy. But now I understand that's just kind of how it works, right? You copy enough times and you start understanding stuff. But the first, like, I don't know, 10, 20 times is probably gonna not make any sense. And maybe by like 10 times you should get an idea. I would like to think. Oh, they go to... Where is this? Oh, they physically go? That's pretty cool. I've never seen their stuff. I guess they don't always go. Anyways, yeah, good art for sure. This is what Arknights is to me, man, like pretty much. I think of all the art of all the different artists and characters and stuff, like Penguin Logistics single-handedly is just to me like Arknights. Nothing else. This is my favorite character, by the way, Sora over here. At least in the past. Now I'm not really sure. I haven't played in a long time, but God. The images of those penguins. Yeah, like the landscape. The landscape, I thought it was kind of empty back then. Like these ones, I thought they looked a little bit empty. You know, like the wind. Oh, look at the windows. It was just not even aligned, dude. What? I was like, what do you mean? You just draw boxes? Now I don't even want to do it myself. I'm just gonna use photos if I want something that tight. Now it makes a lot of sense. Now it makes so much more sense why they didn't do it. Like why they didn't refine all the shapes here, why they didn't figure out all the background stuff and all that. I get it now. My God. Are they inside darker image? Is it very long ago, or is it here? This one here then. Yeah, because there's a delay in the chat. I think it's another one of those challenges. But I see. I've never actually seen this before. I feel like I've never really this doesn't register in my head as something I've seen. I'm sure that I've seen it before though, just going by it many times. This one reminds me of the other one. One of the like earliest. I like how the autocomplete is that, but this one is what I always think of. Then, not always think of, but this one is the one that I was reminded of. It's like one of the earliest pieces, like full landscape, like detailed background pieces that I've seen that I wanted to really be able to draw like. Because you have all these buildings in the back, you have like a very prop built environment. This is a lot of work to put stuff in here, figure out what makes sense to put here and what specific versions of the items to put here, right? Because like what kind of cups are these, what kind of jars maybe they didn't spend as much time, but like to me I feel like, you know, they would have had to think about it to some extent. And all the boxes and stuff. Is this the same artist? I'm just so lazy now. It used to be I'll have to go through all the sources. Now I'm just gonna say one word. No question mark either. Okay, so it is them. The quality is not as good. I can't quite 100% tell. And I feel like they have changed a little bit perhaps then. Oh my God. Yeah. You know, I would like to draw something like this for Ria, like, but what am I supposed to be drawing? Like, I guess we can do... Oh, there's the other artist. I don't have the name right off the top of my head, who did something very similar. It's Ooh, do I have it here? Oh shit. My muscle memory is I hold Alt. I like to hold the Alt button when I click the other tab. But because they updated the feature, now there's an extra thing there. And it doesn't work as well now. I don't remember what the name was as well. I know it had Q in it, I think. Maybe they don't have Q in it. But they did very similar things where like it's like a pretty intricate environment, like a very big apartment building. Like one of those penthouse rooms in like a mansion, like a tower mansion, that kind of stuff on the condominium. And then there's just like one girl sitting on the couch. And everything is not necessarily rendered very tightly. Right, but again, I understand now that that's kind of insane to do. Unless you have a really good reason and motivation for doing so. If not, it's completely understandable. Maybe eventually we'll come across them in one of the dailies or something. Because they are pretty good. Not this person. It's a similar vibe, it's not. Although this... I'm not sure. Yeah, okay, no, that's not. Maybe one day. Sorry, is this the... That's the loot art. Okay, my thing doesn't filter out the filtered out stuff. This here is just like bandage on the nipples. So it's usually, like, I have it marked as explicit over here, which is not supposed to show up. It doesn't show up here, but I guess it shows up in the search. Because my search doesn't have the same thing applied. Okay, that's a bit of a bug. I cannot find this artist. I need to upgrade the search maybe so that it's smart enough to actually take partial... like more custom logic. So instead of having it be like LM or something, it would have to be literally like it would just be like contains the letters L and M. Maybe in a specific order, maybe not in a specific order, but long as to-do list. But anyway, so but yeah, I can't find it. Maybe one day. Fortunate. I'm assuming they're here though. Maybe they're not even here because they might predate the bookmarking. Because bookmarking only started in 2020. Anyways, I'm gonna go washroom and then I'm gonna continue on my thingy. Oh wait, this one is also interesting. The other half of this is the butt, right? Which I think marked as suggested. But this one technically isn't suggested. So we have half of it. Great. But yeah, this is a trip down memory lane. Maybe I should do a study of this. Is there a way to bookmark this and have it be ingested? If they never posted it, I don't have a good way to... I have a way to do it, but it's not linked back to them. I can manually put it into the thing. But they don't have... This is like way before Arknights, right? Did I just see? No, it's not. It's Kimono Friends. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I'm sure this will be enough to remember, jog my memory here. Okay, very cool. Alright, I'll be right back. do the difficult thing of drawing now. I don't know what the hair is doing, which is the biggest problem here. At least the clothing I have a reference. Oh boy. Oh, I gotta get warmed up first. What is this? Empty layer? Ooh. A whole new fresh layer for me. Oh, it's kind of how it is, isn't it? Sometimes it's like the virus, sometimes it's like George, sometimes it's who else has been like alone in the chat? Oh yes, 100%. It takes effort for you guys to chat is the thing. So I completely expect people to not be chatting just because, you know. Unless the topic is super interesting. It's like a whole discussion about something. If not, I'm expecting like no one to be chatting. So I guess like what I'm saying here is that I guess people are not really interested in our discussion necessarily or have any input to themselves. So just listening in. Yeah, I wonder. I feel like if I had an artist like that I really like so much, I might have made more progress because I would have been more motivated. Seeing one person draw and then like how the art styles improve or like change over time, and then I also have a clearer target of what it means to be good at art because I can just copy their stuff, work towards one direction. Rather than being like confused half the time, not knowing if I want to spend time on this or that. What am I doing? Anyways, I need to just quickly warm up the fingers. Oh, didn't I have didn't we talk about an artist yesterday or the day before or something who had like good anatomy? Like, I think it was Duvet's daily like 3 days ago. I'm gonna maybe use them as a reference here. Slightly sus, but at least it's more artistic. Maybe not the ones with the ass in the camera. But something still decently recognizable. I guess this is not a bad place to start. I'll send the link just to stay accountable here. It's over here. Why is my brush so dark today? Am I crazy? Am I tripping? Oh, I turned it off. Right. Right. Okay. I did turn it off. Yeah, that's what I thought. And I remember that I had a brush that's meant to have it turned off, and I thought I was just been using that, but then I haven't. I guess I did turn it off. But anyway. Confused. Gaslight. Gaslit. This face is what? It's kind of like this way. More here. Yeah, you need a direction, you know. clear direction and a clear definition of what is good. Veritasium made a video in the past about like what are the 4 qualities or for task or something that is required for you to get better at it, and like getting timely feedback, having a clear definition of what is good and bad. And then what else was there? I can't remember what the other factors were. Oh shit, hang on. Tablet just jumped a bit. The thing we should find with the show is we flesh out your story, create a cast and everything. Oh yeah, I have that. I will try to be debate. I'll try to be. But Wizard, I don't know if you have seen this before, but this is the planning for the story. And it does start, like you said, it does start with character and cast. I think the last time I talked about this, it was that like if you write a story, you can be based off of anything, right? You can have let's say you have a cyberpunk world, you really like cyberpunk worlds, then your story might revolve around the world instead of characters. You might create the setting and the world building first, and then find characters that would tell an interesting story within. Or you can be one that is trying to tell the story of the characters, and then the world and everything else, the design comes after as a secondary to support the telling of the story, if the story is there. So like the plan was to focus on the characters, because the characters are the important ones here. So Ria from 2012, and then I have another dragon character from like also 2012. And then we have new characters over here, and then each one of them supposed to represent a different part. They will have their own themes, and they'll have their own reasons for existence and the stuff that they represent as part of my life. And then after that, this is some other design representation. And there's like style alignments to fit their personality, but this is all deprecated because I didn't really tie this down too much. But the idea is that if the characters are based off of something important to me in my life, then they will naturally be a specific type of character, right? Like there will be Ria who doesn't care about certain things, versus Faye versus this and that. And then they will have to exist together and they will interact together. And through that interaction, I can further refine who each of them are, because now there's a contrast. Then from there is where the story comes in. And then this is the timeline of the story. You have chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. And then you have all the different planning for the different areas. So I only have some idea of what's going to happen, because these chapters reflect different areas, different parts of my life, in a sense. Kind of. And it's not kind of the point, actually. It kind of reflected the transformation that Ria herself went through, who is a reflection of kind of my life, because she's always kind of been there. So I guess in some sort of indirect way, this is kind of the same thing. And then so on and so forth. Just 3 chapters. 3 chapters is not really what the chapter means. Like, I don't really read books. I don't know how long a chapter tends to be. But by 3 chapters, I don't necessarily mean 3 story arcs, right? It's not gonna be like an introduction, climax, and resolution. Introduction, climax, resolution, introduction, climax, resolution kind of vibe. There might be many things. The chapters, I just call it that way. Because I probably used the wrong terminology. I think the best one, a better one might be 3 different periods, 3 different separate time settings, you know, like something like that. Because they basically follow whether if Ria herself, like what state of mind Ria is in, right? Whether if she's her original self, whether if she is in her currently dead, like her currently kind of dead self, or whether if it's the final version of her when she's all grown up. Yeah, Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, thank you. That would be a better word. And yeah, this is all tied to Ria directly. So it's not very good. Yeah, I just call it chapter 1, 2, 3. Yeah, now I see it's not a very good name. And I was trying to map out when each character existed, and so on and so forth. But yeah, this was the world story development, world building, development philosophy process thingy that I was working on like a while ago. That wasn't working on directly, but we kind of discovered over time as I was thinking about this issue. And then I wanted the story to basically be a reflection of how, because Ria is interesting to me because she wasn't created. She kind of just slowly came into existence as I lived my life. And she wasn't anything special. She wasn't anyone that is like, you know, like a chosen one. Nothing like that. She's just any random wolf out there. That's just how it is. But because of her presence, she helped me in some way. And because of her presence, maybe the other characters were helped in some way. And her herself, she doesn't really care. It's not like she actively did anything either. So it's just a matter of people coming together in the right circumstance. That's kind of the story that I want to tell. That no one is special, and no one's inherently doing anything out of the ordinary, but it's just people seeing the values that and things that they don't have themselves in other people, and as a result they did reflections, they thought about their own life, and they made certain decisions for the better. That was kind of the idea. Is kind of the idea. And then of course, like as Joe is pointing out here, we do have like 3 unaccounted for characters over here. So Ria is like, you know, Ria is the what's a good representation of her? I think you have seen her many times because we did some sketches before, like this one. This is Ria here. This one here as well. And then Faye is this gremlin over here. Faye is one of, like, Ria and another, like, the dragon character are not meant to be, they're not characters I've created, they just kind of exist. Whereas Faye and like another character, they're meant to be created to represent certain things. Like Faye is a sort of mirror image for some of the darker stuff and all the not so happy stuff that I have. So she's very miserable all the time. She's very, very miserable all the time. So that's where she is here. Created in 2023. Ria is like, how old is she? Like 14 years old, 15 years old now. And then we have like the dragon in 2012. These 2 are the original ones. These 2 are the ones that got me through everything. One of them didn't make it though. But and then I have a fox who is not yet to be created. She's slated to be created for something specific. And then another one. So this is a storytelling element. I think these characters are kind of, they all have their own stories and stuff, right? But this one here is kind of like the viewer's point of view. Eventually, when the story and the world building lines up, we need to have a character to introduce the characters to, as well as the story and the world setting and the background and all that. Basically the exposition helper, kind of, in some sense. And this is like the viewer self-insert. Faye is not my self-insert. Faye only inherits some of the darker stuff. Everything else is made up. My self-insert would just be myself, and that would be the guy at the bottom left. My self-insert will be here somewhere. Actually, I'm not 100% sure. I think my self-insert will be here somewhere. No, you know what? I'm 100% sure my self-insert will be here, because the story wouldn't make sense otherwise. Because then who is Ria supposed to help, you know? Like, it doesn't make any sense. So he has to be in there. And then they will do some stuff here in the past, and then we'll do this. The story entry is predicted to be here. So it's going to be the main story here. And then the sequel and the prequel kind of set up. That's how it's supposed to be. Because I think it's just easier to start here. Because chapter 2 is the present, essentially. Chapter 1 is always the past. 2 is always the present. And 3 is always the future. So these are things that always hasn't happened yet, that we want to have happen. And this is the current story. So in a sense, I never really escaped this part. But yeah, there's like some reflections here and there of like real life and this and that that's kind of built into this thing, hopefully, because that's the only way that it will make it meaningful. Otherwise, there's no meaning. Yeah. Anyways, that's kind of the current stuff. Where's my notes again? Where did I put it? I must be blind or something. I don't know where my stuff keeps disappearing to. I swear to God, I thought it was right here. Is it in ref? Oh, it's in ref. Okay. Dang it, dude. Yeah, and there's a lot of documents that we read in the past about some other things here and there. What the hell is this? Goal setting, right? This is about goal setting. I don't know if any of these things still make sense, by the way. It harkens back to Debate asking me whether if I ever read these things yesterday. I basically don't. One day though, we might come back just like this, go through it again briefly and just see how it feels like, you know. And then review it that way. But yeah, storytelling is hard because I'm inherently very critical of everything, myself included, of course. So like when people tell stories, when people say this and that, I tend to get goosebumps more often than not. So when I'm the one that has to do the storytelling, I really get really psyched out because I'm like, yeah, this is kind of cringe, bro. Who wants to hear about this, you know? That's also why I'm not necessarily trying to sell it a lot, because I'm only mostly doing this for myself. It would be nice to have an audience, right, that agrees with you, that likes your stuff. But primarily, I'm just creating for myself here. Oh, hopefully one day I'll be creating for myself. We haven't done anything yet. Not really. I mean, I have people that have talked to about life issues and stuff like that. People that have been sounding boards. People that have been giving feedback and ideas about like how to approach certain problems in life. What they think about certain problems in life. But no one like directly in the know of like what's happened to me in particular, or my story, or the story that I want to write and stuff like that. I don't like to present stuff unless I know that it is what I want it to be. For the most part, like externally. Oh my god, these poses are so weird. I don't have the setup lined up in my head. This specific angle for the feet is weird. The story? Yeah, like nah. The story doesn't really even exist yet. So there's not much to talk about either. Just the main sort of design philosophy behind the scenes. And some general ideas. Which, you know, you guys are probably the only one that's heard of it. Not even like my other friends. Because there's no real sort of setting in real life to talk about stuff like this. We're talking about games, we're talking about current affairs, you know, this and that. Or just mostly catching up on things that you haven't, like, on each other's lives, not like a specific creation in particular, you know. Oh my god, this is kind of off. Somehow, this needs to be higher. That's fine. One day though. I think there's definitely like a good sense of arrogance in the way that I do things. Because I prefer my own thing over anything else. I think that's maybe not very clear, perhaps. I don't know how you guys see me, right? But like, maybe it's not 100% clear on stream, because I do look at things here and there. But for the most part, I value what I think is correct over everything else. So like the story, for example, I feel like other people's inputs are not very important, because it just matters whether if I like it or not, whether if it reflects my life correctly or like well enough or not, or via this and that, right? But I'm missing out a lot on, for example, like a better way to tell stories, perhaps. You know, better ways to present your ideas or certain themes, because I never communicate with anyone on these things. That is definitely one of the biggest flaws. I don't watch a lot of tutorial videos for the same reason, because I feel like my plan makes sense, you know. But I don't know what I don't know. So, like for example, talking to Pio Tegu, like it became very apparent that we're missing on an emphasis on the understanding what the art is for. Yeah, indeed. I would like to see what I'm gonna make. 100%. I too would like to see what I'm gonna make. I have no idea. Oh my god, dude. Right, yeah. It's not even necessarily if I'm appealing or perhaps, but just like a strictly objective, better way of doing certain things, you know? Like, for example, art, we suffered a lot just because I never really asked anyone for help. And part of it is because of the way I was brought up. I felt like there was no point in asking for help. Most of the time you ask for help, you don't really get it. You know, going back to what you were talking about yesterday, right? That's one thing. But then another thing is also like people don't really know what they're talking about anyways, like half the time. Life is really complicated. Everything is really complicated. Like, why would I, like, you know, like, even if I did ask, I don't know if what they're saying is really correct or not either. So over time, I just kind of stop asking. And everything is about figure it out yourself or you don't do it at all, you know, it becomes like that. Which makes you more independent and more capable, because you can figure out a lot of things by yourself, you realize. But at the same time, you lose out on a lot of external input. I think talking to Piotegru helped a lot. And this always reminds me of Kirio, because Kirio keeps saying that I should talk to other people, but I don't know what to talk about. And that's still true, right? Like, you don't really exactly know what you want to be talking about. It's not like I went into talking to Piotegru knowing what I can gain from talking to her. So it's kind of complicated. Like, do you want to spend time looking for people to talk to about issues? And every time you have to remember, like, you have to explain things clearly, you have to set up everything for them to understand you in the first place, to establish that common ground to talk about stuff, which inherently takes a lot of time. And you have to find the right person too. Piotegru happened to be the perfect position and experience to kind of talk about certain issues. And that's why it was so beneficial. But if it were anyone else, I don't know if I would have gotten as much as I did out of that experience. So I don't know what I'm talking about right now, but like, it's just everything's kind of complicated in life. There's no correct answer. If you're lucky with the way you do things, with what you're doing, then maybe you hit the right person, you find the right person, this and that. You can be doing the right thing for an eternity and just be really unlucky, right? Or something. I don't know. Anyways, just draw. Just draw, dude. Just draw more. Yeah, that being said, yeah, sometimes talking to people also requires you to have a lot of experience on your own failing. Then you know what to ask. And you know what it feels like to not have a certain specific method not work. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know if the right answer or like the wisdom is dangling in front of you either. You wouldn't know that is the thing that is really important to focus on. You might focus on something else instead. I don't know, maybe one day computing will get so powerful that like there is a correct way to do everything, because like probabilistically, or like even just not even probabilistically, but given all the current factors in the world, the computer is powerful enough to compute literally the best objective way forwards for you personally. But until then, it's just a huge hot mess of junk. I think that's very realistic. I think that's just how the world is the thing. Like, I don't know, like in my own personal experience, I think that is definitely the case. Because there's, like, how do I say this? Like, it requires a good community for, like, people to really want to help each other out for the goodness of their hearts. Because for the most part, it's very easy to get taken advantage of. And there are people out there who do that on a daily basis. So even if you have the best, most well-meaning intentions to want to help people, you need to protect yourself. Because no one else will protect you. So even when cases, it seems trivial to help, like, this happens a lot in, like, well, I don't know if I should say this, actually, because I don't have very good evidence for this to back it up. But there are many, many cases where helping turned into just being scammed or, like, being exploited for your kindness and stuff like that. So, like, not seeing something in it for yourself and doing it out of the goodness of your own heart, I think really takes a true saint. And I don't believe people like that exist. I truly do not. I always mention I'm doing this stream mostly for myself. Right? I'm just trying to get better and make sure I don't slack off and stuff. And you guys being here and gaining something is a good, happy side effect. I don't know. Partly, yeah, kind of sad, I think. Partly based on the experience I've had myself, partly just based on I think how the world generally is. Isn't that what critique channel for? Just how when they have questions. Right, no, the issue here isn't that there is no avenue or like people can't really do it. It's just that people don't really do it unless they see a gain for themselves. And I feel like maybe the critique channel people, if they do critique, yeah, you know what? I would agree, right? Because again, going back to my own philosophy is everybody's selfish, right? Everybody's doing it for some selfish reason, which in the sense of even for doing good stuff, is because they want to feel good about themselves. But in the context of just doing things in general, at least these people are helping others. And the critique channel, when people give critique, that is a good example. Maybe they're just doing it purely out of the goodness of their own hearts. Like, even if they feel bad about it, even if they don't feel anything good about it or something, they're still gonna do it because they think it will help someone. Sure. Regardless of the thing, though, it is an avenue for people to help each other. And people are doing it. So that's pretty amazing, I think. I don't know, man. I feel like... Yeah, the virus. I was talking to a friend about the exact same thing, and that's the conclusion that we arrived at. That it doesn't matter if it's selfish or not. It doesn't matter if they gain something out of it or not. The fact that they're helping people is the altruism itself, I think. And then like the point my friend made was like, well, you know, like, are they supposed to feel bad about it then? You know, like, what's the deal here? You know, feeling good about doing something good. There's nothing wrong with it. You know, selfish or not, like, it's still altruistic. Being that selfishness is part of this equation doesn't really take away from the act. I don't know. I have a problem where it's really hard for me to trust people, like, fully. That is a known issue. I was talking to Mia the other day, and I go into relationships, any sort of relationship, with the worst case scenario already considered. Like the worst one that I can think of that's realistic. Because I guess I've been surprised in the past, and it was pretty bad. So I get very, very critical of everything. Which makes it really hard inherently to build, like, certain specific relationships, you know, like, you know, romantic relationships in particular. I'll say it's a bit difficult. This just got... I made it too light. I can't see the frame now. Shit. I imagine most people will feel good about themselves when they help. I would argue that that's the main driving factor for helping someone. Especially when there's no other gain, right? That is the gain, to feel good about themselves. And I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with it. I always thought that it was selfish. And I still do think that it is selfish, but I don't think being selfish is a bad thing, though. That's the thing. There can be, like, bad selfish, and, like, there can be, like, good selfish, perhaps. Selfish just means you're acting it out of your own benefit, right? Which I think makes sense. Like, all living beings should be doing that. Maybe I'm not using the word the same way everyone else is using it, perhaps. This is the other problem that I realized when I was talking to my friend. That he imparted on me, like, as a piece of knowledge, is that a lot of times... kind of have to define terms first. Because you spend some time talking about the same like the thing and realize you're on the same side just because, like, the definitions are slightly different or something. You guys felt like you guys were arguing different points. That's actually the same thing. Everyone's on the same page here. Or something. Not sure though, anyways. Right, you don't help because you feel right. Yeah, you don't help because you feel good, but you help because you want to feel good, right? Because you have helped before, and you felt like your efforts were valued. You felt like your efforts to change something, and that feels good, and that's why you want to do it again. Yeah, don't love your job your love. And then there's like a whole bunch. Have you seen those YouTube shorts? Dang, dude. Shit, I can't remember any of them. Oh my god, there were so many really good ones. Making fun of that lady saying that. Dang, dude. Memory fails me. At this critical moment. I need to go and remember those. I also don't know what I'm trying to do here, by the way. I think the problem here is slightly distracted, 100%. But I also not really sure how rough the lines are supposed to get. Like how free I'm supposed to let my hands flow here. Also, the tattoo one felt... The tattoo one was very free when I was drawing, but I felt like the final result was a bit too rough to go off of. YouTube Shorts is like my only content now, like pretty much. I used to only watch long form videos, and it's all science and this and that. Now it's all shorts, and half of them are like memes. Or like animals, memes, random TV show snippets, or like movies or something. Right, because I don't enjoy drawing today. That's the problem. That is still the biggest problem, is I don't enjoy drawing. Drawing to me is work. That's why the streams exist. Because without it, I would not be drawing. Drawing is very tedious. Yeah, I've mentioned this before, I think, like a few times. The only reason I draw... No, I draw not because I want to feel good. I draw because I want to keep my promise to Ria, which makes me feel good. That's why I draw. I draw because of an obligation, because of a promise I made in the past. Now, this is the part where it gets cringy every time I say this. But the way it works for me is that Ria is the system by which I managed to get through life, and where I am today, and all the things I've accomplished today, my degrees, my different languages that I speak, you know, and all the other experiences that I managed to get through in a very successful and happy and objectively successful way, right? Yeah, no, here's the thing, Wizard. She is not real, and I 100% understand this. But because the effects on me are very real, I do see her that way. Like, to me, like, the main reason why I bother waking up every day is because I still have some unfinished business that I wanted to take care of. Otherwise, if I'm given the choice, I will do 0 things. I will not do anything. I don't want to do anything anymore. It's very tiring. I kind of let this slip sometimes at work, where I will just be like, yeah, isn't it tiring to be alive, guys? It's like so much work to do this and that. And then I will immediately have to stop myself because I realize I'm not talking to the right crowd. I'm just so tired. I don't feel like doing anything. I draw because this is the only reason left to exist. But the process by which you do this is very tedious. It's not necessarily very enjoyable, and it's definitely not that successful yet. Still, by my standards, we're still quite far from where I feel like I need to be to really enjoy this thing. It is getting better, of course. You know, we've made a lot of headway since the beginning here, and you guys can see that in all the thumbnails and stuff even. But at its core, this is still a very painful process. Especially if you want to get good faster, you have to be very active. One of the things I actually enjoy, I just like playing games for the most part. I like playing games where you are given a chance to shine by pure skill. So it's not about like getting the most hours or like the most fancy cosmetics. like Daybreak Galactic is an interesting game. I really like it because if you are really good at the game, if you know what you're doing, you can move around the terrain really well. You can navigate yourself and move around without getting hit, and you can stay alive a lot longer. Like, you can really showcase your skill. I like stuff where you can showcase your skill. I guess by that definition, art would be eventually something I enjoy. But we're just so far away from like that, I think, so. Otherwise, watching shows. I will enjoy watching shows. I haven't watched any shows in a long time. I used to watch South Park. I watched a lot of South Park. I watched the entire 20 seasons twice. I would like to watch Rick and Morty again from the beginning. Yes, thank you, Wizard. I'll see you soon. And I would also like to watch One Piece again from the beginning. Yeah, that's not gonna happen ever for the rest of my life. Maybe when I'm like way old and I can't do anything. Maybe when I'm old folks home. Dude, when I'm in, oh my god, when I'm eventually in like a retirement home or something, if I make it that far, everyone around me is gonna be watching anime, isn't it? Like, everyone will be of the same age. Everyone's watching Naruto and Bleach and One Piece. Holy shit. I'm actually kind of excited for that now. That'd be so pog, dude. Oh my god, that's kind of cool. Oh, anyways, what's the section? What did the virus say? Drawing is part of my love for art. Really dislike. I dream of learning to draw my angriest range, but I want to get better at that. Right, you love art, I guess, because it made you feel certain emotions and stuff, looking at those really good art. But then now there's that gap, I guess. Yeah, art kind of sucks. Art is like the ultimate delayed gratification, and it's not really even a guarantee, right? It's not like just because you didn't get the gratification now you're guaranteed to get any down the line. Well, I mean, I guess it is guaranteed if you put enough time. I guess in that sense it is guaranteed, compared to some other things where even if you put time, maybe it wouldn't have worked or something. Yeah, I guess it is kind of guaranteed, huh? It's a time thing. That's the tiniest head. What the hell am I doing? Getting old is very scary. Getting old is very, very scary. Because, oh my god, like, I don't know, man. Like, I know I'm not that old either, like, by human standards, right? I'm still, like, not past the medium, like, the middle of, like, the average. Like, if you take the average lifespan, you divide it by half, I'm still below that. But you will start to really question your life choices. You will start to really think back all the times you've slacked off, all the times you didn't bother trying harder, and you really wonder day after day after day whether if things would have been better, right? Because as you get older, you have more problems that you have to solve, and they're not going to be easy problems to solve. And you will see, because you're going to see a lot of different people in life. You're going to see successful people and less successful people than you, and you're going to see all the effects of the choices that everyone has made. And you're going to think about how much better life would have been if you have just done something different. A little bit different, not even a lot of different. And it might even be a choice you have considered before in your past life, in your past years, and in years before. And then you look at all the people that you looked up to, right? In the past, when, as a kid, everyone you look up to is older than you, and you're like, yeah, that makes sense, you know. They're really experienced, they're really good at what they do. Wow, I love them. And then you get older, and then you realize that the people that you admire, all these artists, for example, they're all younger than you. Holy shit, dude. Do you feel that stress already? Do you feel it, like, when I'm talking about it? Like, it's insane, dude. Like, it kind of drives me off the wall sometimes. The only reason why I don't really get too stressed out is because my definition for success lies kind of with, like, by itself or something. I don't know. I feel like I'm slightly detached. I'm not 100% sort of attached to everything else. But I was saying how, like, I didn't browse Twitter as much before is because I kind of get really stressed sometimes looking at all these really insane pieces of art and thinking about how, like, these guys are like early 20s. They're like early 20s. They have another decade to go before they catch up to me in terms of age. And they have the entire decade with this skill at their hands, at their fingertips, and they can do anything they want with it. They have more skill than I have in art right now. and they have like a whole decade left to go to accomplish things. You know, like it's insane. Like if you think about it. Now, of course, like you know, I have things that they don't have, but the problem is that if the things that you have that other people that you look up to don't have, are things that you don't really value too much, or you don't actively need it for your goals, it feels like it's worthless, and it feels like it's not really important or anything to talk about, no matter how amazing these achievements might have been, objectively speaking, you know. No, I'm detached. That's why I'm not posting, right? Because I don't really care too much about what's happening exactly. I'm attached to the point where I need to know what is considered is objectively good, like what the general public, right? What's called the global observer, what the average person out there views as an objectively strong artist and good art and really complicated composition. I want to know what that is. But in terms of where like I am or like where I want to be and stuff like that, I'm not trying to be like, oh, I need to be better than this person 100%. That's not what I care about. I want to be somewhere where I can be as satisfied as I can looking at my own art as I'm looking at this person's art. So to some extent it's attached, to some extent it's not attached. And whether if I'm posting or not, I'm not posting because like gaining followers and stuff is not the goal here. That's the part where it's not attached, because I think a lot of people really just want to get like good following and attention, and I think that's fine, right? But that's not why I'm here. That's why I'm not attached. I'm not spamming. I'm not sending anything up. Even like the one that I wanted to send out, I keep forgetting. Because it doesn't matter too much if this goes up or not, you know, like even if this piece is considered canon, even if this piece is one of the landmark pieces that made it a point about the design philosophy and like the sort of creation process behind the scenes, it still doesn't really matter if people see it or not, because I've seen it and I'm satisfied with this, and that's enough for me. My problem is I can't do anything. So I still can't figure out the style thing. Yeah, that's why I can come back to the stream every day, Wizard, because I keep feeling that pressure, you know, like I get why in the past as a kid I was wondering why people don't play games anymore when they grow up. Like I would hate to be like those guys when I grow up. I want to play games still. I still do, of course, but it's a different mentality now. It feels so scary to be left behind. It feels so scary that everyone else is moving forwards. People who have families and kids and stuff like that is yeah, right. Like you feel the pressure, you see the goals, you see the fact that if you don't put in more hard work now, it's only gonna come back and buy you later or something like that. It's very stressful. Don't recommend, but also recommend because that's kind of the way you keep yourself on your toes, keep pushing and all that good jazz. As with everything else in life, there's a balance. It's about understanding what is that good balance for yourself. I don't know where there is for myself. Self-expression, personalization. Lies are not good. Right, personalization. Indeed. Personalization. I like customizing things. I just find it way too much work. Yeah, I think personalization, individuality are pretty important ideas to me. Because I remember playing RPG games, I would spend so long thinking of a name because I want it to be unique, I want it to be good and be meaningful. It's single-handedly like the longest time I take during character creation. Although granted, in the past, character creation isn't really that flexible. Like nowadays, you can do this and that with their body shape and all that. But I don't bother with that nowadays either. I spend all my time on the naming and then... Oh dang, I don't know when's the last time I named a character. Like an in-game character. Probably still Maple Story. Dang, it's pretty old though. So I don't really mind like a very dystopian future where everyone's in a computer. Wouldn't that be nice? You can play games with your favorite anime characters. Hoggers. Sign me up. Sign me up now. But yeah, games-wise, I like games where it's just about skill. Where everyone's on a level playing field. Kind of, I guess. But regardless, though, anything that has like skill that you can show off, like in a way that's not obnoxious, right? But you can like maybe keep yourself alive longer than other people and go further in the map and stuff. In the past, I did a lot of rocket jumping. I have 4,000 hours, 4,500 hours in TF2 just because of like rocket jumping and dodgeball, which is not even the main game. These are like game modes, like custom game modes that people have coded and host as like custom private servers and stuff like that. Where they're like very, very skill based. Because like dodgeball, for example, you're just bouncing a rocket around, and whoever that fails first, they die. So if you're better than someone, you just don't die. Literally, you can stay like for rounds and rounds and rounds without ever going down. Good old times. Those are also 10 years ago at this point. I feel like this eye is like very aggressively this way. Or maybe it's because these are very aggressively this way. But it also doesn't look too bad. I'm just gonna leave it. Right, talent, skill, you know, all those things. That's a part of you, right? It's not part of the game. Like, it's not like the game is like rewarding RPG. Like RPG, you level up, you get more skills points, you get more stats. You're just objectively better than someone else because of that. Whereas like in say like FPS games, everyone can be using the same gun, for example, if they're forced to use the same gun, that is. I think my lines are too clean again. I don't know where this like threshold is of like being rough and being clean. I have to kind of think of this set of lines as not the final lines, despite it being going into the final render. It's meant to be like a version of the lines where I can just like color it and make it a lot more faded and then have more lines afterwards that's even tighter or something. Preferably, ladies. Are you sure it's preferably, or like is that a hard requirement? Looking down without leveling up or like not getting hit and stuff. Right, but I feel like it's like not the point of the RPG game to be doing stuff like that. Like you can always make the game harder for yourself to play. I feel like you can do soft locks and stuff. Not soft. Is it called soft locks? Nuzlocke, right? Pokemon is called Nuzlocke. And that requires skill to do it, right? And it's an objective way of showing the skill and stuff. But I want it to be less of like you finding a way to make it difficult for yourself, because it can be kind of arbitrary. Right? But whereas the game itself is just about skill. It's just about doing... like the base game itself is just purely about skill and nothing else. Something like that. Like chess is a really good example. 100% level playing field. Only thing that matters is your skill. It's not about having authority to tell you, but it's about having a common baseline with everyone else. Like you can, for example, do Pokemon, right? And then you can do the Nuzlocke, but you're only allowed to use one Pokemon. That takes skill. But that's not what everyone else will enjoy the game as. And therefore, it feels a little bit arbitrary in the way that you express your skill. You know what I mean? Like, I'm choosing a very specific set of criteria to then showcase the skill. Whereas if the game by itself, by default, is just meant to be played like this and everyone has to be playing like this, then your skill becomes more apparent because everyone else can appreciate how much harder it is to do it in that, like, what it means to be good, I think. I think this is the part that's asking for recognition. right? It's inherently what the discussion is about because it's about showcasing skill. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? That's why stupid speedruns exist. That's why it's stupid, right? That's why you're using the word stupid. It's because it can be very, very arbitrary. Not to diminish the skill required and the setup and the time and the devotion and dedication to everything. But it's kind of arbitrary, right? It's like, why this specific number of stars? Oh, because it's just convenient to get in this specific route. It's like, okay, great. Kind of like that, I guess. I'm getting the feeling like I'm not seeing the whole picture again. Like when I say things, I get an idea of whether if I have a good idea of what I'm talking about or not. And I'm getting the feeling like I'm missing something important. So what I'm saying might not be 100% what I truly believe in, or I'm just like, you know, like I'm not 100% clear of the situation myself either. Same vibes that I'm getting as the discussion about character design and clothing. Feels like I'm missing something here. Or that we might be talking about the same thing but from different angles. Like same stance but from different expression. Not from different angles. Yeah, I'm not sure if I 100% get it either, Dubing. There is something inherently different though for me. I just don't know if I where that is 100%. It could just be like that they're all sort of very, you know, I am already agreeing that they're all like skillful, right? They're all displays of skill and this and that. So maybe I'm just being very particular about the kind of skills being this that I want to be good at, or like the specific way these skills are being presented. Maybe it's stuff like this that I'm not 100% like very clear on. That's why like I'm arguing a specific point without like truly understanding where I'm coming from. Yeah, there are different types of speedruns that show. There's 100% speedruns where you have to do everything in the game. Like what everything means depends on the specific game. You could be collecting all the stars. You could be collecting all the secrets. You could be doing all the quests, you know. And then there's like the fastest, there's also like the one that you talked about where it's just the fastest way to trigger the ending, regardless if you're using glitches or like doing the game properly or not, like as intended or not. There's a lot of ways that people measure it. And because I never really speedrun myself, I don't really know what the big difference is. Maybe that's like some categories are just outright extremely much more harder and objectively much more skill required. Or maybe they're all inherently very different and just very difficult in their own right. And maybe there are skills that doesn't really carry between all of these. I have no idea. I just remember a lot of cheaters though. A lot of cheaters. There's a YouTube channel called Summoning Salt. And they do a lot of sort of history of speedruns. And this and that. Maybe now's not the time to change shapes and stuff. That I'm not 100% sure. I think it's less of a game deciding and more of the community deciding. It's a lot like what makes a country, you know, like a country is a country if other countries recognize it as a country. So like if a category in the speedrun is only a category if all the speedrunners come together and collectively decide that that is acceptable as a category. So that goes for the criteria by which what 100% is then. Like what the criteria, what the category's criteria is. If everyone agrees that this is a thing, then that's the thing. Yeah, like maybe like the more recent games then, you know, because games in the past were not really designed with speedrunners as a thing, right? People don't really think about that. So maybe they don't have like a more explicit way of expressing what a 100% is. Maybe nowadays the games try to account for stuff like that inherently, and they have a counter, like you said. Because things are changing, as always. Steam percents? Is that right? Man, it's kind of hard to leave sketches like this. I think I have to do it though. Do I have to do it? Oh my god, it's so hard. I don't know what, like, this is like some random sketch lines being left over. But why would I deliberately put it in now if I don't have it already? You know what I mean? Like, unless my original sketch was clean enough and only had like a couple of these things, then I could have just used it directly. But if I'm gonna clean it up, why would I deliberately put in stuff that is not clean? Where's my skirt reference thingy? Shit. Ah, it's here. Speed running. My greatest achievement in TF2 speedrunning was just like rocket jumping speedrunning was just like a couple of like no one's gonna get what I'm talking about, but just a couple of bonus courses. I held like top times for like a second before the actual pros came and took it back, of course. I have do I have them still? I have a couple of like the top speedrunners in my Steam's friends list, I'm sure, for TF2 rocket jumps. Just like explosive jumping in TF2, I remember. Been a long time though. Truly has been a very long time. The rocket jumping in TF2 is based around custom-made maps, and on these maps, basically the organizers, basically the administrative people, they will come in and they will use a plugin. They will set the starting area, they will set the ending area, and they will set individual checkpoints along the way to make sure people don't cheat, and also like various courses and this and that. So like a bonus course versus like a full map course, which requires maybe more levels and stuff like that. And then they will also classify it based on difficulty level. The difficulty level has been creeping up insanely. Like, the hardest difficulty in the past doesn't compare to the hardest difficulty currently at all. It's like a tier system, right? So tier 1 is the easiest to tier 6. Tier 6 used to be doable for me. Now even tier 4 is difficult. It's kind of dropped down. Like, it's so hard now. They're like keep finding new stupid mechanics in games to leverage to make the levels even harder and less intuitive, because the pros that keep playing it, they just keep getting better and better and better and better. It's ridiculous. It's just not playable, some of these maps as like a normal person anymore. Indeed, yeah. Oh, this is the wrong way, no? Read this. That is true. Like within, how do I say this? Like within the, you're right, Uvedo. You're right. But I think the difference is that there is only one set of arbitrary rules rather than like a multiple set. Because everyone establishes that it's the same. Let me think about this. It's the same thing that they're all going for, right? It's not like everyone comes up with their own sort of rules about what is fastest. The fastest is always just the fastest of completing the map. there is no such thing as completing the map in like well, there is such thing as completing the map in a different loadout though. That is true. Let me see if we can find the inherent bias here that I have against actually, what was the bias against? What was I talking about before? Hang on, let me see. Right. So let's do the comparison, right? We have because I think, okay, so going back to the RPG point, the RPG itself is not meant to be played like that, right? But community makes its own rules about what speedrunning is. And then people get better at it, and then they measure ranks and stuff like that. That makes sense. TF2 is the same. TF2 base game is not meant to be played like that. People come out with their own nonsense, and then they have their own rules for it. And then they lock it down, and then people speedrun that, and they have a ranking for that. So it's basically exactly the same, right? I do agree now. So what is my bias against like the other ones then? Maybe it's just like so it would just be a purely like the number of categories kind of bias, because it feels like there are so many categories in the other thing. But also they're inherently, but the difference between those categories is almost like a different map in the TF2 jump concept. And rather than having, yeah, rather than having, because like let's say for example Minecraft, right? Minecraft speedrun killing the Ender Dragon versus speedrun getting all the status effect. These are two distinct categories with their own basically made up rules, I think. And then that's the same as having like different maps, right? Because essentially you're playing the same game, but you're doing different things. So for TF2, it would be the same as using the same rocket launcher, and you're jumping to different courses, right? They're inherently different, but you're doing the same thing of just playing the game, using the game mechanics. I think it makes sense. I think it came, and then if you think of it like this, TF2's jumping thing would have way more categories than if that were the case. If it's a 1-for-1 comparison. Yeah, like yeah, it's probably just like a lot of bias because like I found it actually honestly it was kind of painful after time. Is this how what okay, I don't know, maybe this is just how a me thing. I felt like it was kind of painful back then too, but then the satisfaction of finishing it kept me trying and trying and trying. Art is a different, no, art is more painful actually. Art is more painful because there is no the satisfaction at the end is not as good. But yeah, I stand corrected. Let's go back to the original thing, right? I stand corrected. I think they're the same thing. They're all like arbitrary rules created, agreed upon by the community. Some community. Could be a big community, could be the entire games community. Could be a subset, could be a very small subset. People agree and then they come together, they do shit. They get ranked. And then it's a display of skill within. Oh, so is the problem this then? Because if the community is really small, then your skill is essentially not as recognized. So really, playing games for me is about having my skill being recognized at a higher level, like at a larger skill, I think. Because if everyone plays, because my original point was saying how like if the base game was made to be played like that, then your skill becomes a very more apparent, and it makes more sense for this skill to be like objectively impressive. Because otherwise you can come out with your own random stupid rules and be good at that one stupid like set of conditions, right? I can say that, you know, let's have a competition of how well you can draw with a specific brush that only I have, and by definition only I can ever participate, and therefore I am the best, right? That has no value, that has no meaning, because the only person that can recognize the skill is myself under this very arbitrarily decided set upon rules. So the issue that I had before is probably just community size then. If it's like 3 people coming together and deciding that, hey, I'm gonna speedrun Minecraft getting the first 20 blocks of wood. I mean, 20 blocks of wood, maybe it's a bit too easily relatable. Maybe it'll be something even more specific. It's like maybe very, very specific to these three guys. Maybe these three guys, they all like are left-handed mouse users or something. But that's still kind of relatable at a human level. Let me think. I need a very niche example where there's only like a small group of people where it will feel like even if you're really good at that and the community, within the community, you recognize as something really good. But outside of the community, people are just gonna shrug shoulders because they don't really understand what's happening. Then that feels like it's kind of meaningless now. If you're like one of those inside. Oh, it's not just about community size. It's about having a community that you care about then. Because now if the community is small and it's only of people that I care about, that whose opinions I value, then it doesn't matter it's small. It can be just 3 people for all I care, and it will matter a lot to me. So it's about just getting the recognition, I think, at its core. From people you want to get recognition from. And unless it's someone that you know and value personally, then it's really just about the numbers. I think that's the gist of this. I think digging down to this. Basing it some sort of authority? Some sort of authority, but then like, what do you mean by authority though? Like, in a sense, the community coming together and deciding upon things is a sort of authority in and of itself, is it not? I mean, that is true for all things though, right? Like if you are seeking recognition, you only are seeking recognition from people that you whose opinions that you value, are you not? So, okay, so I guess this is a difference between, so going back to, so you're either playing games for enjoyment in and of itself, or you're seeking some kind of recognition from being able to do the game well. Oh, I see. There's like another dimension here, right? So let's say I'm really good at a specific game. When I play the game, I'll feel good about myself, even if no one's like really looking at me, because I feel the flow. I feel like I'm enjoying this game. That's one half. And then the other half would be getting some feedback, getting some good feedback from people whose opinions that you value. So there's like 2 halves of this. That makes sense. I think TF2 rocket jumping for me, part of it was finishing the course, and part of it is then showcasing to other people that I finished this course. So in the first part, where if it's just enjoying by yourself, then the authority is just yourself, right? By your own standards, you felt like this was enjoyable, this was great. Then the second half is authority of other people, where you want to have other people recognize you as skillful in this specific niche. I don't know if this makes sense relative to the authority question. Oh yeah, 100%. I know some. Most of the people I know back then are like really, really, really good. Like the top scorers nowadays. Like they're all like all the top times and all the top. Yeah, top times is what they call it. Basically, being on the leaderboards is all of the names. A lot of them also just stopped because they kind of hit like the ultimate. Like they kind of got like a bunch of top first places everywhere, and then they got really bored of the game and then they left. Also as a way for other people to try to get it, because some of these times are impossible to beat. That's the guy who's kind of an asshole. I kind of remember him being a dick all the time. He was very arrogant. And he wasn't necessarily the best, but nowadays he is one of the best. If he's still playing, that is. Oh, and this is the other guy from Hong Kong. We were pretty good friends back then. And then when he was designing maps, he would invite us to test it, and I couldn't finish a single damn thing because it's way too hard. And then after like there's the Hong Kong riots, right? And then we lost contact, like 100% lost contact. And I didn't hear from him for like good 3 or 4 years. And then one day I just saw this person come back online and started playing games again. What the? Sorry, reminiscing. But yeah, I think that's probably the gist of it. A lot of inherent bias about the what I think is a good game, but at its core, I guess all of these things are similar. It's just what you enjoy. Yeah, so then it becomes a question of game mechanics, I guess. Like for example, Pokemon Nuzlocke and Pokemon speedruns and all these like Minecraft speedruns and stuff like that. It's just a matter of like if you enjoy the game's mechanics, to want to do a speedrun or like get better and more skillful in that game. But at its core, it's just about the same thing, I guess. Like a community coming together, deciding on what is good, what is considered skillful, and then you being able to demonstrate that skill. And then number one, enjoying the demonstration and then being able to perform at a high level by yourself. And then number two, having others also recognize you for that level of competency, I guess. And then authority-wise, it would just be what the community decides, I guess, as something that is good. Akin to that in art? Sorry, I need to take a step back. Akin to that in art, where... Right, where if you're really good, you are enjoying it by yourself, but then you're also seeking validation from other people. I think so, yeah, that makes sense, right? So like, for example, if you're really skilled at drawing line art, then you can really feel the flow of the lines, right? You can feel the flow of the lines, and you can just be really free of your expression. And it doesn't matter if objectively people think it's good or bad. I mean, objectively, it has to be some level of standard, I suppose, but art is a little bit less defined, I think. Just because art is a little bit more subjective. In games, at least there's an objective measure of skill. Whether if you're fast, whether if you're strong, whether if you can keep yourself alive, you know, stuff like that. But art will have very similar concepts, I imagine, where you're just enjoying the process of just drawing lines, putting stuff down in a very smooth and process-wise smooth. Not like the line is smooth. Like you can be drawing lines like this, but if you're feeling the flow, then you're still enjoying it. That'll be the first half, and then the second half is then posting that and then getting good, I guess, good thumbs ups, good number of likes. I think for me personally, I would like to say that the thumbs up part is not as important. Not that it's not as important. I think it's strictly speaking not as important as just being able to enjoy it yourself. But to say that it is not important, I think would be a lie, because the way I see things is that if it meets my own standards, it's definitely gonna be fine up there. Because I've just set my standards based on what I've seen other people have done that is really good and really successful in that regard, in the being recognized regard. So if we can hit what I think is good for myself, then I have confidence that it will be fine in that regard, in the recognition regard. Outside as well. So that's why it's kind of not on my mind. And also, I guess the goal is also kind of different. It doesn't inherently require recognition from other people for me. It would be nice though. And I'm sure like to accomplish my goals, some amount of recognition will be required. As with all content creating, I think. Like for the first one, where it's just self-enjoyment, I think I found it in maybe lines, right? Like this sketch of Ria in the original one when I was doing it, not right now, this nonsense that I'm trying to do. This original was pretty nice. It was very smooth to do. It was very freeing to do. And the flow of the body and like the pose and stuff was felt, despite there not being a reference for this pose. I didn't reference any anatomy stuff for this pose. I only referenced the skirt. So that was enjoyable, right? Because I had enough skill to bring this into existence without needing to rely on too many other things. As for community, I don't think I really derive too much from that nowadays, because it doesn't really matter too much. Like if I post a piece of art, right, and it gets like 1 million likes, I don't think it would change. Okay, maybe 1 million likes, I might rethink this. But let's say something more reasonable, like 100,000, like even 1 million likes. I feel like even if that were the case, right, I would still want to hit my own standard, right? Because I still need to, like, if it's a piece of art that I'm not satisfied with, that people like it a lot, I don't think that matters too much. I'm not gonna just be like, oh, people like it, so I'm gonna stop trying now, you know? Because I never posted, it's not about whether if I posted or not. I have experience in the past where I posted stuff and I got a bunch of likes, but I didn't really feel much about it. Like, for example, this one. I think this is like literally the counterpoint to this, or like the point that supports what I'm saying 100%. Because this piece here is the first one that I did that ever sort of got a lot of feedback. I got 3.2k likes for this. And obviously it's part of the because of the subject matter, right? But the other half is also like what I guess people perceive to be artistic skill from the rendering. But the thing is, I didn't believe in this rendering myself. When I was doing it, I was very uncertain. When I was done, I wasn't very sure if I liked it. The only reason I posted it was because back then the philosophy is that I have to post everything. Because that is the only way that I decided, like that's the sort of checkpoint that I decided that I must do. So whether if it's good or bad, it has to go up. That was what I did in the back. But then, because I posted this and I got this number of likes, and all I thought was, oh, it's kind of cool to have something like this. You know, I would love to get it again. But because I didn't believe in the skill itself, I didn't really replicate it afterwards. You can see it, I didn't do it. Because I didn't like it. So like to me, the second one doesn't matter as much, for sure. Oh, I see. This is... Sorry, what is this? Oh, this is this. This is my old Twitch, but then it's backed up on YouTube, which is on this YouTube, hidden away somewhere. Also, how to cut a pizza. But anyways, I think the recognition part and the likes and all those things will come someday, hopefully, when I can feel more comfortable with what I'm doing, I think. In the meantime, it's just all about trying to figure out how to satisfy my own standards, whatever that might be. I think it's gonna look a little bit lackluster because we don't have enough lines here. Again, maybe it's just the hair then. Did I finish everything else already? Okay, I was on autopilot the whole time. I think I do need this though. Wait, do you post a lot of stuff, Dive? I don't really follow what you guys are doing for the most part. I haven't really looked at Twitter for a while. Yeah, if I post a bunch of stuff and everybody likes it, I don't know what that means for me though, because I cannot just change and be satisfied with my quote-unquote art style and progress just because people like it. It needs to hit a specific mark before I can consider that to be acceptable. Yeah. I think like anyone that I can, like, okay, part of why I'm not posting as well is because I feel like most of these are just studies of something, you know, like they just directly copy a post or an idea and it wasn't very original. I'm not really providing any value. That's why it doesn't feel like... Oh shit, my screen is completely black now. Is this the end of my tablet? My screen is completely dark right now. Right, give me a second, I'm gonna restart. I'm gonna plug it out and replug this. Holy shit, do I have to buy a new tablet this weekend? God damn it. Let's see. I'm turning it back on. Alright, it still works. It lives yet. I don't know why you're getting so excited, George. This thing is going on my wall even if it dies. I'll give it to Ria or something. Don't get too excited yet, guys. A piece? You want me to cut a piece? Huh? I asked ChatGPT to do like a market research of all the tablets out there and look for like user reviews and see what people are saying for this and that brand. And I forgot to read the report and I deleted everything. I have to go and get it to do it again, but I just realized this hand is not drunk, right? Sorry, what are we talking about? Tablet goes black, right? Yeah, posting stuff, right? Yeah. Wizard is saying I should post more, yeah. You guys just wait for a bit. Like, it's definitely gonna happen. Like the posting. Once I sort of figure out what my style is and the process stabilizes and the stream concludes properly as a style development stream, it concludes. Then it will be the grind. It will be the true grind. It will be the like the 100-day challenge grind, except we probably won't be able to finish one thing per day, but it will definitely be something like that. And in the beginning, I'm pretty sure that I wouldn't be doing very original stuff because I will want to grow the Twitter first. And then you guys will see the grindy part, I think. Oh, with your posts, I see. Interesting. Maybe there should be a bot that just monitors everyone's Twitter and just starts pulling links and sending it into Discord. So many things that I can do. What the hell is this angle, by the way? What the hell am I doing here? I got so lazy with this, I don't know what's happening. More turn. Yeah, it's interesting. How do you get rough lines that are just kind of rough but still very clean? Rough implies that you don't have an idea of what you're doing. That's why it's rough. Once you have an idea, why would you purposefully draw it rough? Once it's clear. Because there's no reason for me to add a bunch of random lines here. I'll leave it to the paint over, perhaps. For like all the further goes over. Actually, I kind of forgot about the thing. I forgot to put lines over the... Let me just do that real quick. Being lost, you try to solve with more structure, but a few days later it creeps back in my mind. You might have to be more specific with this. Like, what exactly are you working on, and what is this structure that you're talking about? But I guess it doesn't matter. It's just about like how about this, right? Like, the fact that it's creeping back to your mind implies that you're uncertain if you're making progress. If the structure that you have makes sense. If the structure, for example, was something that you know works, right? Then you wouldn't be questioning it. You wouldn't be worrying about being lost again because you already have something, right? It's like having a gun and knowing that it already shoots. You don't have to worry about if you're safe or not. You just feel safe, right? So I think the problem is you maybe are like not having full faith in the structure that you came up with, or that you have have that you're using, right? Wherever you found it. So is there a way you can prove to yourself that it works? Is there a more objective, quantifiable way that you can measure your progress under this system? You know, in the past, I was thinking whether if it makes sense for me to, for example, do like a sketch once in a while where it's just timed. I will be given the same setup, which is just a prompt, maybe like a single word. And I'll be given the same amount of time to find references and the same amount to execute on the idea and see where I end up, right? Then there will be a quantifiable way to measure if I've truly gotten better. Because if I did, it should be very obvious in the art. With the same amount of resources, I should be able to draw better. Because that's what I think a good artist is, right? Like you have the same amount of resources available to you, but you are just objectively better at putting things together. And that would be a good measure of it for me. If you can prove to yourself that the structure works and you're making progress in it, I don't think you'll be worrying about it anymore. Regardless of what you might be working on. It needs more commitment. I need to get more stuff in here before it would. Not to mention the shape isn't very nice. Why is it not tapering correctly? Is it tapering correctly? It is tapering correctly. What? I'm gonna assume that, Joe, you're having like a long think or something, or you found your answer. Hopefully. Yeah, I'm so scared of being rough with this. Because it's already so clean. You kind of set it up in like a clean way and you're just like, oh shit, I don't want to mess this up. But the original's charm is partly in the sort of mess in the lines here. This is not in the original, I don't think, right? But I'm just doing it because I want to have some more detail that isn't necessarily the same as the original. Detail. This makes it very noisy because it breaks it up so much. This might be the limit. Okay, so just a direction there, right? Not like a structure by which, like, structure to me sounds like you have a specific plan. Like, for example, like the roadmap that I did, like say anatomy is, if anatomy is the problem, then structure to me sounds like I'm gonna work 3 hours on anatomy of the torso, and I'm gonna do it in this specific way where I draw boxes and I'm gonna break the boxes into smaller boxes and then do so and so forth. That would be like a very clear, concrete structure of working and doing things. But if you're just talking about just a direction, like, oh, I'm working on anatomy right now, that's also fine, by the way. I'm not saying like that's not good. I'm just saying like if that's the case, you can try even more structured, be even more sort of strict about what you're working on and how you're working about it. But for you, I think specifically, it just sounds like you need to prove to yourself that working, like say for example on anatomy or something specific, is really helping you improve. I mean, of course it is, right? But sometimes you really do just need to view it in a more concrete way. I think it. I should focus on ball building forms right now. That makes sense, right? I think that makes sense. More forms. Better at maybe putting anatomy into perspective, you know, stuff like that, construction. Oh, this helps a little bit. I feel like the original has like so much more charm just because it's the lines, isn't it? 100%, dude. 100%. That's what I'm doing exactly, too. I'm in a weird limbo state. I realize, so okay, how do I say this, right? Humans are not machines, so being able to do the same thing over and over and over and over for years on end, I think is not the norm. I don't think that is the norm. Like for example, if you come up with a plan that's trying to tie down your schedule for every like hour, and you're being able to follow this, I think at some point you'll be really burnt out. I think you'll be really tired, and I think that makes a lot of sense. For me right now, this is kind of that period of time. In the beginning, we followed roadmaps quite a bit, and then I got burnt out. And then we try to follow again, and then we kind of got burnt out again. And I never really got to recover properly. And I keep getting more overextended with more and more stuff. But I don't know. I guess like the only thing we can do is to try to do better. There's not much to it, I guess. If you think what you're doing right now is not good enough, then you just have to find a way to make yourself work harder. If it means being held accountable somehow, so be it. If it means having to delete games off your computer, or like, I don't know, Gunner material off your computer, so be it, you know? It is what it is. You can also choose to not try harder if you are able to accept the consequences. Everything is very open-ended. You can do whatever you want. Right. But yeah, I think if you can't follow it, someone somewhere said something about like if you find it really hard to do certain things, it's because you don't have a clear idea of what to do yet. Like, for example, if actually that's not true though. I mean, I can say like, hey, I'm gonna go to the gym and just do this thing, right? And I'll just not want to go to the gym and do this thing, even though that thing is really clear, right? Of lifting weights. How much simpler can you get than like lifting weights? I don't know. I don't think that's the case here. But sometimes, definitely for sure, you're just like not very sure how to proceed, and you're just kind of like going around in circles, biding time. Kind of like what I do on stream sometimes. Especially when I yap a lot. But how do you decide what to do per day now? Like on stream, I'm not deciding anything at all, because my attention span is entirely devoted. Well, not entirely, but very much split onto the thing here. And because as long as it's on here and this being the main thing, my mind needs to align to this set of requirements. For art improvement, especially right now, the biggest gap is not entirely skill, but rather the reason for doing art, right? And in order to figure that out, it requires a very concerted effort at focusing in a very specific way. And currently, this inherently fights against that, because this here is very logical, whereas that there is very emotion based. So I'm giving myself basically the space needed to not worry anything like about like the stream stuff yet, so here, and just worry about the other one for now. Once the other one clears all the conditions and the requirements, I'm gonna devote my full attention back to this. And let's say that I do come back, right? I do devote my attention fully on this. How I will decide would not be too different from before, like with the roadmap stuff. It just comes down to what I think is the biggest sort of blockage of what my current art process problem is. I think the biggest problem now is not understanding what I want to present, that clearly. I have a rough idea, but I guess I'm not that 100% clear. So yeah, less technical focus for me, 100%. If I come back 100% full attention, it'll be definitely less technically focused. And then the main thing would be about finding inspirations. So I will go back to my, let me see. You know that stupid art map, not the art map, the documentation thing that I have. I'll go back to that list. I'm gonna just show you briefly. I did make some notes here, right? But it's not very... I'll go back to this list about my inspirations that I've had in the past that I've noted down and written down, like different music artists that I like specific sort of original soundtracks that I remember listening to at different parts of my life. We were talking about Night Shifts earlier today. Back then, like Madoka's OST was what I listened to a lot. And the composer, I think it's this composer, Yuki Kajiura. They did a lot of the songs for like Madoka, for SAO, and then they did a lot of singing as well, but they all retired. Like the three of them broken up like quite a while ago now. But their music has this very special quality, and it reminds me of certain things and makes me feel certain things. So what I'll do, coming back to art, sorry, I went a bit of a tangent, but I will just come back, I'll look at this list, and I'll listen to the music, and I'll try to look at some art, and then try to get inspired. That's what I will do if I focus my full attention here. Then once I have the idea, I will go back to like what we did here, where I figure out how I want to incorporate Ria, why she is there, what she represents. I'll figure out what the environment represents, what is in the environment. And then just a lot more of the behind the scenes and planning for art is what I will work on right now. Because I think that's the biggest limiting problem thing. Reagent? Anyways. Sorry. I think the longer the stream drags on, the more incoherent I get. But essentially, how I would decide if I were to spend full attention, figure out what is the main problem for art, which is motivations and reasons to draw for me, and then tackle that directly. Which for me is finding inspirations and writing it down and breaking it down and seeing what makes it so inspiring. Then with that information, draw more things. Then see where a technical problem comes, what I'm getting stuck on. Then do the technical studies. Then reapply. Then loops and loops and loops and over and over and over until eventually I get technically competent enough that it doesn't have a problem. Then full attention would just be on idea generation. And then hopefully at some point we have enough ideas generated and things drawn where I can see where I want to be, where I want to go with my art. Then we just target that directly and ideate directly for those things. And I have full confidence that everything makes sense because we've already done everything that we have to do. That would be the plan, I think. That would be the new roadmap, I guess. I should probably come out with the roadmap thing again. No, but roadmap is really hard to do for this because it's very inherently very whimsical. I can't just say that I'm gonna get 10 inspirations in a week. That doesn't really work like that, right? So the roadmap doesn't work either. Yeah, the only thing roadmap that I can create would be like, hey, study at least 3 artists this week or something. 3 artists for their technical like skills in rendering certain materials or composing. God damn it. You can do the same too, Sho. Figure out what you want to, why you're drawing. Try to draw one of those pieces that you really want to draw and see what you're getting stuck on, and then use that as the thing that you want to study next, and then work just on that for a while. Doesn't matter if I have a specific angle, like for you. Right, yeah, this is the hard part, right? So going back to my stupid philosophy of like art, you have Q1, Q2, Q3. You need the reason for art, right? In this case, actually, it's content creating, but for us, it's all about is all about art, so I'm just gonna narrow it down to art here. And then number 2, reason for current piece. And then like specifically the art related questions. So this is like comp values, textures, and stuff like that. So you will go down in this sequence because each one feeds the reason for the next one. If you don't have this, it becomes harder to figure out this, and it becomes harder at getting better at this because you don't really know why you have to do certain things. At least for me. It doesn't have to be this structured. Sorry, Duvet. I know I said about the thing. I kind of forgot about it. I have the tab open. I can look at it after the stream over the weekends. I have no reason to not bring it back other than it just not being done yet. But yes, Sho, going back to your thing, I think if you don't have a very specific reason for art, you can always just kind of walk around Pinterest, walk around on Twitter, and see what makes you feel excited. Not in the, you know, the funny loot way, right? Just what makes you feel really inspired and like, oh wow, this art is so good, right? This art looks so good to me. And then try to figure out why it makes it look so good. Is it the proportions? Is it the colors? Is it the idea? And you want to look for stuff that makes you feel good because of the idea, because that then gives you this reason for art. And even if you can't find it, right, it's gonna take a while, right? You can just take one of those pieces that make you excited and try to draw something similar. You can do a study too if you just don't want to think about it. Then all you're thinking of is here, right? You're just narrowing your scope down. Like over here is like a big scope, and then as you go down, it gets more and more precise. With what you're doing, I mean, like, but many ways, I suppose. Don't you have a reason for art? Yeah, but my reason for art is very, very difficult to make it concrete, Dubé. The reason why I do art is to keep this promise of giving her a life, right? Breathing life into this character. But what does breathing life mean? That becomes the biggest problem. Because breathing life could mean figuring out the character's personality, but then now, like, I don't want to force a personality on her because she existed without me physically forcing her to exist, right? I didn't sit down and design her. I don't know who she is as clearly as I would like to, and she just kind of is her own person. So now I have to find a way of drawing things that would be canonically accurate, but without me forcing it and ideating the thing directly, which is why like, everything is like very complicated because of my own personal requirements. Anyways, it's a huge mess on my side. The idea here is kind of clear, but also not clear at the same time for me, which then makes this part a little bit hard to decide, which then makes this part a little bit more confusing as well. But yeah, if you really don't have like a good idea of what to do, Sho, I find personally just going around looking at other people's art is the best way to do it, because you get really inspired when you see masters doing what they do best, right? You get to see people doing really, really, really good art. It makes you think about, hey, wouldn't it be nice if I could do that? Sometimes you see the subject matter and you think about, hey, I would have done this differently, or I would have loved to draw something exactly the same but with just a different character. And once those ideas comes in, it would be a lot easier to do things. Getting inspired is really, really hard. Do you enjoy art, Sho? Do you enjoy the difficulties? And like, I'm gonna guess no, I guess, to some extent. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where this is. I don't know why I'm even asking. I just forgot what I just asked because I don't think that question makes sense. I don't know where I was going with it. Sure, I'm gonna go to the washroom. I'll be right back. Generation 5. God. Pain. Oh, sorry. I think I missed Show's message about as I like it. That's why I want to do better. So it's like a technical point of view then. You want to render better. You want to draw more complicated things, more complicated comps. I mean, that seems like it's fine too, right? Like there's more concrete stuff to work on. And if that's the case, then what you're deciding is still similar. You find an artist that you want to be like a lot of the ones that you recommended before. Then you look at your own piece and you put them side by side and you see and you ask yourself what you think is not good enough, right? And it's obviously gonna be a lot, I imagine. Not because I doubt your skills, but because that's just how artists see their own art. And you just find anyone, and think about like what that thing is, like what that problem is exactly. Better proportions, better composition, more detailed, better rendering, right? All of these things, and then you tie down like what exactly does it mean by better rendering for you. And then from there, it's just action plan of how to study. Shit, what music is this? Where is this from again? Oh, it's the I see. It's the new Maple Island Maple Tree Story theme thing, which is very nostalgic, despite me having never grown up with it. Weird. I have to figure out how to do the hair here. That hair here is gonna kill me too. Isn't art fun, guys? Dang, you know what? Like in the past, right here, I would get stuck for so long because this shape here, this specific tapering, I would hate it so much that I would cancel this line and I would just keep drawing and drawing and drawing and trying different things, but nothing will ever look good to me. Now, I don't care anymore. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I hate it. I don't really like it, but I can always do it later. I can always just do it. I kind of like that. Sorry, I mean, Wizard, I'm glad you're having fun. Also, I kind of like that George art fun guy. I think we should just wait, like 10 years down the line when I actually write my story or something in the universe is gonna be named after that. Maybe like it'll be some other way of writing that or something. Maybe a guy's name is oh man, how would you spell it? But I kind of like the idea of world building. So this is interesting, right? You say that you don't have any ideas for the world. This could go one of two ways. The first one is you actually have like stuff that you really, really like. And then you just need to sort of maybe look at some of the ideas and then see if you're inspired more by cyberpunk or like fantasy or stuff like that. That'd be number one. Or number two, you really don't have anything that you want to draw in particular. There's no leanings towards fantasy or sci-fi or anything. In which case, just pick one randomly and just try to expand on the idea, right? You can just think of like, what would you do if you created like a fantasy world? Then now there's a lot of questions about like, oh, what is a fantasy versus sci-fi? What exactly determines is a fantasy, high fantasy versus like all the other ones? I don't know what all the other genres are, by the way. Then when you're researching and finding all these information, you'll get a better feeling if you like it or not, or why you like it. and then all of a sudden there's a lot of things to do. You just have to get started. You really just have to get started. As long as you're interested in all these things, you will find something. I'm sure of it. I believe. I believe. You just have to get started with something. And then if like none of these ideas and like action plans and stuff seems interesting to you, I think you're just kind of tired and burned out slightly. Like, because a lot of times I find like I'm so sleep deprived that all the things that excite me usually, like playing games or like watching videos and stuff, I just don't want to do anymore. They're just not exciting and interesting to me at all. Like sometimes even if I'm not feeling very sleepy, I'm just very fatigued, I also just do that. But like I think my body is just really tired still, regardless, just very fatigued. No, I think that's completely fine, dude. I think that's completely fine. You're expanding ideas, you're not copying ideas. You're like, I mean, if you want to drill it down, ChatGPT, train on other people's shit, inherently you're copying this and that. Sure, I don't have any point to argue against that. If that's how you feel about it, then that is the reality of it, right? But at the same time, I don't feel like I personally myself is in a position to choose something. Like if I can get some new ideas and new inspirations from just talking to an AI, then you should, you know, try to get some new ideas that way. It's not like you're directly copying off of someone else's stuff. And even with the ideas that you get, I'm sure you're gonna permute and like do some things differently, right? There's gonna be like your personal input. That's the important thing. How do I say this, right? By virtue of the fact that you're asking questions like this, that you're showing interest in art and you're putting all the effort in, it means that you care about the thing. That means you're not gonna just copy stuff directly from AI. And if AI is just a direct regurgitation of someone else's stuff, then it's no different from just looking at someone else's stuff and being inspired and coming out with a difference, like some new idea or some new variation. That's kind of just how things are in the first place, right? Even I'm inspired by someone else. Like this post right now that we're drawing is entirely inspired by this idea for the comp and this idea for this. Is it plagiarism? I mean, I am using the same thing here. Would it be ethical for me to say that this is my own art? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Like, you know, like we do some stuff differently ourselves. Who's like, you know, there to say it is and isn't. Like, there's no very clear defined line here. Yeah, there's no fine if you just copy it. There's no meaning, most importantly, to you. There's no meaning. You're very clearly looking for meaning. You're very clearly looking for reason and stuff to do your arts and frame things in your head. And by virtue of that fact, I don't think you have to worry about plagiarism and stuff, because you're not going to do it. Because there is no meaning in doing it for you already. So I don't think you personally have to be too worried about it. That being said though, you know, AI is just a copy and regurgitation of everything else. That I don't think we can deny. Unless I have the same question to my friend about certain things, decisions that I make in life, and wondering if I'm going down the wrong path and stuff like that. But the reply is also similar in that, you know, if you're thinking about it this way, you're not like the others already. You're not gonna be one of them if you don't let yourself be. And if you ask questions like these, I think it tells me that you're not gonna let yourself be like that. I mean, the alternative to not using AI is what, you know? Are you gonna read other people's stories? Are you gonna look at other people's art? You know, like your ideas always come from someone else. You can't just create something out of nothing. You're creating, like, when creation really is just coming up with ideas, really just taking stuff that you know and mashing them together in a way that maybe someone else hasn't done before, or maybe someone else has, right? It doesn't matter too much. Part of the whole thing is the idea, and part of it is also the execution. Two people getting the same prompt would draw two different things too. There's a lot of space for you to add your individuality here. So just using AI to do some ideation, I think is completely fair. Yeah. There's another proverb in Mandarin as well. I forgot, I don't know how to translate it properly, but basically it just means that, like, all forms of sort of literature is also just a copy. It's just a matter of who's better at copying. I think it is just how it is. You can't really have too much original ideas until you have seen enough other people's ideas, I think. I really don't know what I'm doing here, by the way. That's why I keep going around circles. I don't have a good construction for this. Like, if you do the hairline and then maybe you do this. Let me get rid of this line. This one is getting in the way. Yeah, sure. As long as you're not copying other people's stuff, you're not just getting AI to generate stuff and you're using it directly and claiming it to be your own, you're completely fine here. I wouldn't worry too much about it. The bigger issue here, of course, is the actual art aspect of it. Taking the time to render and draw stuff and this and that. Yeah, it makes a big difference. Being well rested. People sometimes say don't make important life decisions after 9 p.m. It's because, like, when you're tired, everything gets really pessimistic. Because you just don't feel like you're capable of handling problems that come your way, you know? Like, life has a lot of problems. And when you're tired, you don't feel like you're capable of dealing with them. Or you don't want to deal with them. And all of a sudden, things look really bleak. Because all these problems that you have become impossible to solve. It's alright. I guess I'm changing the hairstyle here, but calling it a style might be a bit of a stretch. A lot more aggressive though, and you see the hairline. I kind of hate the hairline. I don't mind forehead, but I hate the hairline. I don't know if that makes sense. Where's the color? Well, you have to separate between clearer and being more like just like it's because you need multiple things, I'm sure, like in order to think clearly, right? You need the energy, that's for sure. And most people are just tired at night, and therefore they're not as capable of doing so. But the other thing is having the space. You're clearer at night because you're away from work, you're away from other society, that you feel like, because, well, inherently public is not private, right? Being in a public place means you have to be more mindful of what you're doing and stuff. You cannot be as free of your thoughts, and you feel like you have to worry about things that you don't usually have to worry about at night in the comfort of your own home. And that's why you have the space to think clearly, but you still need the energy to think clearly. So it's like different things, I suppose, that contribute to the same result. Yeah, if you don't have like a very clear set deadline and stuff like that for art, you know, there's no reason not to just take a break if you're just not especially inspired to do anything. I do get that for streams quite a bit. Because I do get really tired, and I am just like, yeah, I don't really feel like doing anything today. But because the streams to me is like, I have a different set of requirements. So I can't let myself stop unless that's really a very good reason for it. It cannot be like a personal, I just want to stop, I just want to rest reason. It has to be a, oh shit, I got into a car crash. I can't physically draw today. I guess I can't stream today. At least that's for now the requirements. But you don't, if you don't have to do this like this, yeah, well, not, anyways, you know. I definitely admit that like I should probably take breaks for the benefit of art, because I feel like same thing, right? Draw the same thing over and over again. You're not really sure if it looks good anymore. But you sleep on it, you come back, you see a lot of mistakes and stuff. And I feel the same thing for like this too. This design sequence here, as I'm permuting all these different ideas and variations, some of them look okay to me in the moment, but after a while I come back, I'm like, yeah, this distance here is kind of big. Part of it is because of the rest. Part of it is also because I iterated a lot more things. But regardless, I recognize that the rest is also kind of important. Just that the cost of doing it right now outweighs the benefits for streaming itself. Still not clearing the checks on some of these. Where's 2BB? This is 2BB. And then there's the 2BB plus. Oh, 2BB plus is not even here yet. This is the older version. I have even more shit on the dock. God. So I need to know which part of the body is this? Where is the tummy? Tummy's here, probably? Yeah, looks about right, okay. How do I want to draw this? Just that's fine. I guess we changed the hair now. I have to get rid of the hairline there, but otherwise... Aisha Peuge. This might be it. Man. Nowadays, all I think about is I wish I had invested more money into tech before the run-up. Or I wish all I had to do is play games on stream or something. Now that we have some rough lines, actually I'm kind of inclined on adding some more here. Kind of feel like adding more here. Surely I can do something here that will be beneficial for the final render. Right, Show, just so, like, you know, I get this out there. Taking a break doesn't just mean not drawing, by the way. It means not thinking about it. Like, cause you are thinking about it, you are worrying about it. That is not fully taking a break, and that's still gonna hurt you. The break part really has to be a break. Like, you have to fully detach. Otherwise, it's still like a poison. It's just kind of sitting there. Like, if, like, for example, I draw something and I want to sleep on it, but then all I do is think about the same things over and over again, it wouldn't really help. I have to completely not think about it and come back to it with a fresh mind. I wasn't gonna make the wind this strong, by the way, like this fall, this dramatic, but now that this is like bonk bonk bonk, I'm going to have to make the ribbon a little bit more intense as well. But I kind of hate it because it's gonna block the face. So maybe I push under the armpits. Okay, that doesn't make sense. I think this color have to be flipped up a little bit, and then the thingy might be like here, maybe like here. I don't know how physically this will work, but I cannot have it block the face. That is hard requirement. Just has to be sent here, I guess. Behind. Oh, I forgot the scar on the ear again. I don't like the ears actually. They're kind of insanely huge. But I don't really want to change it either. I'm just gonna leave it. Always many things. I'll do the ribbon some other time, I think. Yeah, these lines don't look very good. And they're not gonna really help when I do the render, because they'll get in the way of the shape's edges. What would the lines represent? Maybe like the other folds. What do lines represent? Edges, right? So what kind of edges is allowed to be represented and not allowed to be represented? The hair is fine because it's just messy in general. But then on forms where the lines are... I don't know. Potato. I can also do the evil thing and leave it to Monday versions of me. Don't have to solve this problem now. You know, like this would be, yeah, the black and white one would still be interesting, I suppose, but at this point, it feels like I should go a little bit further, like the back, like the underneath here, right? Like, we can make it like a city. So we're gonna completely just ignore this now. That was good enough for inspiring me and getting me started, but now at this point, I think we're just kind of like not related anymore. Don't recognize you. But we can put like a city underneath or something. It wouldn't be in this lighting. It would be one of those cyberpunk, a lot of lights glowing kind of setting. Do I have any here? Guess not. Gotta feature creep this up again. I mean, feature creeping by itself is fine. Feature creeping and causing me to give up because it gets too complicated, that's the problem, right? I don't think we're quite at that stage yet. Yeah, I don't have anything. And then maybe we can do some more other design related. It's too ambitious. I don't have any experience to back it up. Man. I'm kind of zoning out here. What about technical skills? Like, this is not like a strict thing, right? About like technical skill would be different from like soft skills or ideation or anything like that. It's also not a rule about like if you should rest every so often or whatnot. I just feel like if you are finding yourself, like, because I don't know how you're feeling about it, right? It's just that from the way you're saying, asking the question, it feels like there's a lot of uncertainty, but also at the same time, there's a lot of sort of inability to move forward due to a lack of desire to draw almost. At least this is from my own personal interpretation of what I'm seeing, right? Because I only have my own experience to go off of. And the way that you're asking questions is reminding me of periods of my life where I want to get better, but I simply do not have the motivation and inspiration to do anything. Well, it's just like nowadays. That's pretty much nowadays all the time. But and I feel like if you're in this state, you should probably just take a break and just detach yourself from art completely. Indulge in other parts of life. You know, could be socializing, could be karaoke, could be sports, God forbid. It could also be some other form of content creation, maybe music, maybe even just watching YouTube videos and playing games. You know, like all of these things, just so that you have that sort of rest in your head, away from anything related to art. Right? If you feel like it's kind of hard to get started all the time, and you're still well rested, that is kind of like a burnout specifically to art. Probably should stop for a bit. Technical skills or otherwise, you know. Yeah, this is a Rella's piece. The color tuning is very it's very specific, and also like the way that they do the rendering. I don't know what is it about it, because the edges are not 100% so clear either, but it looks very crisp. I guess it's all these things. You know, it's kind of interesting. Like if you do like the edges not that clean, but if you do chromatic aberration, the aberration kind of makes it look fuzzy anyways. So, oh, maybe you can get away with slightly less clean edges if you just do that. But the particles as well, the really thin strands of hair. Yeah, actually like that. Wow, it's actually really thin. Yeah, it's the tiny details here, huh? It's all of them. It's not just tiny details that's noisy, it's kind of controlled and very, very crisp. That's why it makes it feel like it's so detailed. Because your brain starts to feel like, oh shit, high quality image. But yeah, anyways, I feel like I did a lot of ranting today. I don't know. Okay, let me just. I'm probably gonna hop off soon. I'm just gonna take a quick look at what we did today. This came out looking pretty nice, actually. I would say. I feel like there's a bit of lack of visual interest from just the lack of the sketch lines being left in. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to make sure that going into this, there is enough like sort of maybe visual interest with the lines itself, or rather themselves, and hopefully that would help somehow. I'm primarily looking at the hair, by the way, because all the other places I kind of purposefully like did not render as much because I didn't want to spend too much time on this, even though it did take. Oh, how long did this take? I mean, it took like a good 6-7 hours. Not 9, 10, maybe like 8 hours perhaps. I think it was like 2 or 3 streams. No, probably like 6-7 hours actually, because like the first one that we started, I only did a sketch and the lines. Overall effect is not too bad, I think. I like the bigger shapes. And then just refining some stuff inside. We can keep going further and further too, right? Like I realize now like the whole idea of breaking big shapes into small shapes is so powerful. It's just like, oh, look at this darker shade of color. I can break it down some more and so on and so forth. It's just that personally, I don't think I prefer shapes that are that fine. It's what I think, but I do like Rella stuff like over here too, so it's kind of hard to say where it is. Another takeaway would be the eyes, I think. I would like to try and get eyes where the line here isn't like a black solid line, you know. Where it kind of melts the eyes. Like make these edges here a little bit less hard and more fuzzy, you know? A little bit softer. Sorry. Where is it? Here. I kind of did it here anyways, but I'm just intending to sort of tone it down later. And also maybe not shit, I did it for the eyes already. This is just a habit. Because that is a very sketch-oriented sort of way of doing the eyes, where your lines have to sort of play into the value row as well. But if we're rendering, maybe it's best to have some room for the colors to breathe rather than... Because all of the past times where I did the lines like that, yeah, it severely limits what you can do with coloring, with the render, because the lines are already there. Maybe I'll change that. But otherwise, like I want to keep the shapes big and then have some lines like that. Have some sketch lines left over. Color wise, I think we'll just figure something out. I don't think it's that big of a concern, unless I intend to add more buildings and stuff, which I probably should avoid, because we should really focus on one thing at a time. So let's just make it that we don't do that. Yeah, the gradient is nice. Like if it comes through the gradient, the marker brushes kind of adding some of that, some more gradients as well. Terminator. I think it's just one thing I'll nitpick. I think is that the shadows are not dark enough, so it feels a little bit incomplete, despite there being a good amount of shapes and detail going on. At least as much as I would like to do for now. We need to stabilize first, I think, before we can start finding more places to make things interesting. Yes, Joe. Good luck, Joe. Yeah, anyways, what was it? Monday, I'll just continue this. I'm hoping to wrap up my my nonsense on this over the weekend here. It will not be wrapped up. This specific set of requirements mean that even if it's done, quote unquote, it has to be sitting there for like the next couple of weeks. As I overall, like, I will have to sleep on it essentially for a couple of weeks. But it is. That's just kind of how things are. Anyways, I'm gonna hop up here. Thank you guys for coming. Another long yap session today again. Yeah, Mia wise, I think Mia won't be able to join forever because his timing is now not the same anymore. Maybe I can get to catch him tomorrow morning. Let's see. Anyways, thank you guys for coming finally. Have a good night, guys. Goodbye.